open. And I'm still trying to figure out what the remaining spells I want to bring are for me. I'm realizing a lot of the ones I'm carrying are being carried for good reason. But since I have an abundance of shield and mage armor scrolls, I can probably chill on actually carrying both of those and maybe think
Yeah,
about
we have
something else.
a few minutes for you all to figure out your
Testing.
preparedness. Hello.
Yep.
Hi.
Thank you.
All right, you're good. Can you hear us?
Yeah. I think
Yeah, I
I'm
just had to
gonna.
remount my monitor.
Oh, nice.
All right. Should I ready up Greater Resto or leave Raise Dead and Mass Cure Wounds?
Well, let me get you back into town first.
Woo.
You've had a week off after your adventure in the snow. Things have been mostly uneventful at All Saints for you. Dex has been getting his own packing done to accompany you on the trip to the fort near the tower. In order to set up the new obelisk on this side, the materials are here at All Saints. He's invited you to come with him. Make sure everything's all set. Figure out what you're going to do from that point. And everything else is continuing pretty neatly all across the zone. You've had your 8 days of downtime by now. So if there's anything that you want to do before you go, or any preparations that you want to make, or anything that you want to check up on right before it's time to head out, now would be the time to do it.
I'm gonna resummon Badath, of course.
That is a great idea.
I'm going to. You said 10 days.
8 days.
8 days.
I believe you already crafted your rolls and stuff last time around, like right at the end. At least we talked
Yes,
about it.
I believe I
I don't know
did.
if you jotted down that.
And then I guess one
values.
of the other questions I have to the crew here, are we going to speak to Holtzman before we leave?
His
Again?
body is preserved in the dark room, and it's available if you need it to be.
Didn't we already do that once?
You did do it once.
We can keep on doing it once a week to get honest answers.
Yeah. Do we have more to ask him, I guess is my question.
You asked him last time about a little bit about the tower, about his journal and notes, and about the machine that he and the secretary built. I believe are the most pertinent questions.
Right. There were two that he basically couldn't answer, if I recall.
If we wanted to get answers about how to operate and hijack a proxy, this would be the time. That would help our efforts to do what we can with Gemery.
You think he could answer a question like that?
I mean,
I should say actually on that subject, the last Redshift, the broken red crystal from the Paliday proxy that was destroyed. was also delivered to All Saints because Dex and Arsa were going to study it. So Arisa has spent the week kind of poking around at it and familiarizing herself with. Well, I mean, she's already got one of her own, but kind of comparing notes on how that one is built and how it's been broken, what's left of it, and what she might be able to do with it.
See,
So that's been ongoing, but it'll probably take her a little bit longer, especially if Nix is going to be heading out.
Is there any way I could help her with that? I'm completely ignorant to the tech though. I do have tinker tools handy with some tools.
I don't think your tools will help, but I will let you make a flat Arcana roll if you want to try to spend a few hours, kind of listening to her lecture and see if maybe Albus Tower will pick something up.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a break from the thing I was actually thinking about because I had an interesting idea.
Okay.
Oh, I love it when
Uh,
there you go.
yeah, you should offer to be her hands. You'll probably learn more that way.
Yeah, okay.
She'll use you to poke around here and there, adjust a gold ring 6 degrees, back 1 degree. Perfect. And there's a lot of talk about some kind of something called neurons.
Similar to how an apprentice might hands-on learn, could I roll an investigation check to see if I can actually learn any lingo and string it together? For lack of a better, word.
I'll let you roll that on top of the Arcana. But the Arcana
Yeah.
represents your understanding.
Absolutely. And it doesn't seem like I can suss things out. It's a little over my head as much as
No,
I'm
yeah. There's a lot. She's talking a lot about things like neurons, waves that come out of or go into the brain.
I feel like if I had way more time, I could really dig deep into this.
Like she said, RBM or REN or something like sleep, something like that. Apparently, something happens while you're sleeping, unless you're an elf.
I'm definitely going to have to spend more time on this.
Yeah. But she's happy to talk about it with you and go over her thought process and what you kind of glean from what she's talking about at the points where she's sort of talking down to you instead of talking to herself.
Yeah. I would definitely ask her then, Arissa, in the future when I'm not working on a project and when I get back from helping Decus, do you mind teaching me some of the basics of this stuff?
Well, she says,
taking the real time to do it when we're not,
I'm sort of learning a bit as I go here. Proxy repair and engineering was never my specialty, but I've got a little bit of I'm a little bit familiar with how she works. So I kind of think I know what I'm looking at. Really, what I've been considering is uh maybe there's a way I can proxy myself, even if it's imperfect. Maybe I can just not hop, but split into if I had the right shape to split into, at least. Well, that might be the safest way to go to Gemery for me.
Alpha Staffer tilts his head, still very confused, and he's nodding. He's like, "Yeah, so maybe like an hour a day when I'm here next. Maybe 2 if you're really invested. I could do something for
You're
you as a favor.
you're always welcome to sit by the obelisk, and I won't say no to a pair of hands to help me move things around.
I'll do that for you. You teach me stuff about your ancient technology.
Sure.
I think that's great.
You're doing great. Don't worry.
Thank you. Um, Nimbus, did you still have stuff that you wanted to do?
Um,
You were technically doing stuff. Kind of hijacked that.
yeah, so it was basically asking if we were going to talk to Holtzman or not. If we're not, then I can swap off Speak with Dead for something else.
Yeah. Well, so there's the. I might want to fill in gaps. Like, I might have way more questions now that Arissa's been talking about stuff, but I don't exactly know how to phrase them yet. You know what I'm saying?
If
The other
yeah,
thing
it's
is
also
go
it's
ahead.
also worth pointing out that last time we spoke to him, when we asked him about the machine and the proxy, he was basically saying that he was not an expert in that technology at all, if I recall correctly. So I don't know that he's going to have a lot of insight for you.
Right,
Yeah,
and in addition to that, he spent the last 1,000 years in a cave, so it's not like he's got any fresher knowledge of Gamery or any other proxy that he might have actually met and interacted with. Right?
that is
Well,
true. And
Okay.
just to add to Lauren's point, yeah, like you do know that Holtzman was a foreigner who visited Vesoth and worked with the secretary for, oh, he probably mentioned 3 or 4 months at best. So that might give you some context to indeed how much of an expert on her specifically he is.
I wonder if he could point us in the direction of some ruins or something where experts were located.
that
Unless
he might be
like
able to do.
yeah, unless like every city had its own like experts, but then again, there are only so many like proxies, and then there's the proxy or the librarian.
Arisa says, I can tell you that much. Most of the engineers um, lived and worked in Ves. The proxies rarely required direct interfacing or anything close to what would amount to repairs. So a lot of the work that they did that involved the proxy was also related to work around the tower itself and the city in general.
Isn't that a huge loophole though? Like if they don't stay up and knowledgeable about the proxy, wouldn't wouldn't knowledge on how to take care of it eventually dwindle?
Well, I don't mean to say that anybody didn't know how to work on her, but it was more that the knowledge was not necessary the vast majority of the time, and so they didn't have reason to, you know, there was no on-site engineer most of the
Interesting.
time. I occasionally had one of the engineers visit my tower. I think there were 2 times my proxy malfunctioned. One, they said she caught some kind of cold. I didn't know that she could do that, being that she is made out of crystal, but I guess even crystal
Right.
can catch colds.
Weird.
Um, and
Funny
and
virus
the
going around.
I suppose, and the other time she suffered a memory failure, and if I remember correctly, it had something to do with her power source being interrupted for a time which caused her to lapse a period of memory that she was eventually able to recover. But anyway, uh, if my memory serves correctly, and I haven't suffered any lapses, which isn't necessarily unlikely, um, those are the only 2 times I recall having an engineer come to visit. They were very nice and fun to talk to, and very good at what they do, but uh, there simply wouldn't be enough work to go around if all they did with their life was repair the proxies.
Were there at least books or maybe a library that they studied? Or where they studied? Sorry.
I don't know specifically where they learned their craft, but it must have been either somewhere in the city of Vess or in the tower proper. That was where anybody who aspired to be one of the nation's engineers went.
Interesting.
Again, I did not do so myself. I apprenticed under the previous guardian to
Good.
protect the flower sea. So
Yeah.
my expertise on the technology is a little less focused on those things.
Good question, Mont. Arissa, perhaps did you hear of any academy or guild that specialized in the technology? Or maybe even a famous engineer whom patrons longed for that had a house similar to our collector?
Oh, was there an academy? Well, I know there was a college in Vess, in the city, but I don't know that that was where the engineers studied specifically. I mean, if it still exists there, um, you should be able to find it. Or was it near Vess? It may have been a ways outside the city. Um, so either in the city or within a day's journey of the city. It was one of those.
Good to know. Good to know. I can leave that kind of area colored on my draft map. But that also sort of ties into what I would like to work on, though. Does anybody else have any reasons why they might want to talk to our green-eyed friend?
I don't know that I have anything to ask him personally, no.
Where
And I
maybe,
can't answer the questions I want him to answer, so.
yeah, or maybe like, does he know about any progeny that he left behind? Mr. Sharp is actually related to him.
That's an interesting point. I mean, I don't know if that's actually useful, but it might be.
Well, if he does, and if Sharp isn't the only angle we have here, we might be able to trace some kind of record or letters that were sent back to wherever he was from. It is 1,000 years ago, so that is reaching, but
Right. Yeah.
I thought Sharp mentioned his believed relation. It
Yeah,
might
he
have
did a
just
few
been
sessions back, right?
yeah, I think I might have just said it as one thing, but I'm pretty confident that Sharp told or he mentioned out loud. Uh, he may have called Mr. Holtzman his old uncle. or distant uncle.
Interesting.
Great uncle of some kind.
Yeah. It would be up to Sharp. I wouldn't want to pry into my future business partner's familial history without his consent, but it would be up to Mr. Sharp to see if there's any paper trail from 1,000 years ago that Holtzman left. Maybe his brother, if Mr. Sharp is his nephew, great nephew. Or sister.
You can ask him if you want to.
I would definitely ask him.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything in the meantime? Otherwise, we'll play.
Yeah.
this out.
Yeah, I mean, just as a really quick footnote, during this break, I wanted to get Eska, our woodland friends, together, and potentially Arissa, and at some point, I wanted to question Dekis about layouts and locations in town to rebuild a laboratory and library.
Very smart. Very smart. I like that. I will dig
Sounds like an
ditches,
excellent thing to do.
lay foundations.
Yep, with the idea that it's a thing that I can plant in their heads as a sort of earworm, for lack of a better word, for things that they can do while we're gone. While the Redshift's not around.
Yeah.
And I'll explain to all of them this is all part of my plan to revitalize the city and bring people back if they need that explanation.
I mean, Eska's pretty much all for it all the time.
Right.
And the kids are delighted to be asked to help. So yeah, you'll have to convince the other two to stop playing up on the flower bed. But once you can wrangle them, and get them on the lakeshore, then that's a workable conversation.
Excellent. Yeah, so that's my goal this week, is to get that idea in their heads.
Cool.
You must build a laboratory.
Do it. You are 1 year old. Actually, they're not even
As I said, build a treehouse.
2 new ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Albus, what do you ask Sharp?
So, what's your relationship to Mr. Holtzman? Anyway.
You find him. You actually do find him just kind of like peering through one of the curtained windows into that dark room where the body is preserved. And he turns and he says, "Oh, I thought I mentioned it, but if you really want to know, one of my great grandfathers of, however long ago that needs to be, was." I mean, I guess there's no point in pretending it's not the case anymore. We had the name Holtzman, and at one point or another, and I imagine I can guess why, that name became very unfortunate to have. There's a reason I owe a lot of debts to our guild, club. And, you know, Albus Taver, when I came out here looking to erase that debt, and maybe find that artifact my grandfather hoped to find himself in his books, though he never had the opportunity to journey into this forsaken land. That might have been my original intention. But seeing this uncle of mine in the state that he's in, I cannot help but find myself wondering if well, you said he helped some people escape, did he not?
It was the last thing he did with his power.
And if he remained in that cave, then surely they all ran away.
He wished to open the portal up again to save his friend who
Indeed.
pushed him through.
And thus here he is. But I've thought about whether those people, did they evacuate Vessel and besmirch my uncle's name? Or did that tower up there see it fit to curse every member of his family? Even those who were nowhere, who didn't live in Vessel. Could it do that?
You know, honestly, there are two things I could see being a possibility here if this is all the case. And we're working in hypotheticals, of course, Mr. Sharp.
Of course.
And that is perhaps this proxy, this librarian that he worked with, your uncle. Perhaps when losing control, as my theory goes, of this process and becoming whatever entity the Redshift is now, that indeed perhaps a curse or a resentment that lives on through your family line is quite a possibility. Or perhaps it's merely a consequence of his poking around in other realities. Mayhaps all of the what normally we would call luck was spread out across the realms in his attempt
Certainly.
to forge his own fortune.
It would certainly be nice to talk to him and get to the bottom of that, wouldn't it?
Well, we're currently thinking of questions to ask him again every week. Our intrepid wizard has been thinking of ways we can interrogate your uncle. Likewise, seeing that Holtzman might have been the source of your family's misfortune, how would you feel in our ideas of trying to bring him back.
I don't know. We'd have to unshift him, you said earlier, right?
We absolutely did, yeah,
That's the play.
exactly. And of course, it goes to it's my tired argument of, best intentions. Perhaps he can help us fix things.
Yes. Well, I am not terribly keen on swallowing 1,000 years of shifting myself, and maybe it's not the best idea for you to try again, huh?
I've not seemed to had made such the impact personally on the Redshift as, say, Monlarn has. I don't quite have the knack for it. If only I could understand maybe the technique, perhaps I'll find a better avenue of application.
Something to consider, a foolproof way. That bastard dragon did have a way to control it, didn't he? And he wasn't shifted at all, even though he did have some ugly red scales.
Daymare or
Yeah.
Vociferous? Or his father, Omnificus.
You're getting there.
Omnithibus?
No, but yeah, he
Omnificus.
almost. Omni Thievis. There you go. You got it. You got it eventually. But no, he's talking about Daymare.
Daymare, though I can't say for sure. And we did we loot his lab and read his
Sure did.
notes?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm fairly certain he used the same mechanism that our friend is using, and that is force of character. Not similar to, say, the force of magic that I seem to have found a temporary hack for, though I can only do partially or party tricks. Sleep,
Well,
disguising myself. I don't need
well,
a
he finally says then, well, that's the damn problem, isn't it? If it's all about force of personality, then the very idea that I'm sitting here thinking about it makes me a terrible candidate for it.
Yeah?
I'm running through all the possibilities in my head, and I'm not simply sure of myself that I can do it like that.
Me neither.
No.
I think that's a good judge of character, though. Wise, at least.
Well,
Partially why I want to work with you.
or cowardly, if you like.
Most of whom people would call cowards are those who are actually one would call wise.
Not untrue. Anyway, Elvis Taver, I'll consider maybe a couple of questions to ask this dead man if you have the time to entertain me later.
Most definitely. Talk to Nimbus, too, if you want to be a part of that.
All right.
Likewise, you should consider joining us anytime we head up to the tower.
Well, Mortier was talking about looking for a couple of other places to set up another camp, perhaps at the halfway point or somewhere down near that snowfield you all found. We're going to be talking about it with the Brigadiers soon, and I'm sure she'll be sending us off.
Albus claps his hands. Fantastic. Good to hear. And then he holds out one hand and says, "Stay alive out there."
He doesn't really handshake, but he does go for like the side high five.
Alvis will say ace is low, and then we'll turn back off on Keen and go work on the project he wanted to go see if he could do.
Cool.
How heavy is our obelisk spy device?
All right. Let me tell you about your. Oh, the little one.
Yeah. Essentially, it's super simple. The idea that I thought is if I were to set up my spyglass on a hot air balloon with that spy device, we could use it during the redshift as a sentry to look out for that captain
Fixed
shifted
position,
thing.
homie.
Um. Interesting thought.
We might be able to turn it like a weather vane, you know?
So, well, I suppose we'd have to look up how big of a balloon you need and what kind of fuel source for it. But balloons are capable of. It's a pretty small device. Like it's something that you can. You're a gnome even, but so you might need to use two hands just to balance it. But it's something that you could pretty easily hold up in one or two hands without any real effort.
Okay.
Not heavy.
Yeah. Then, just like a mounting device and like a balloon, the mounting device would have to hold the fuel source and or maybe tiny elemental fire.
Well, now you need a service of an elemental.
Or just something really hot.
Nimbus, to answer your question, the people watching the bay haven't seen anything happen at the volcano yet.
Have they themselves noticed a change in the weather?
Not any more unusual than the usual changing of the seasons. It's starting to get a bit chilly, day to day.
If they get a chance to sail out, I'd ask that they go bring someone who can speak with animals to go talk to the birds on that one island, and kind of, ask a little bit from them if they've noticed anything come through of interest recently.
Okay.
And let us know if another sea monster emerges. Oh yeah, have the thousands of undead tower zombies ever made it to shore anywhere?
Well, I don't think there were thousands down there.
Well, I don't know. I thought the tower was made of them.
There were a few in the ice, yeah. But nobody has reported any washed up zombie corpses, as far as you know. So it's not like you necessarily have a consistent full sweep of the coastline.
No. It's just as likely that they walked towards the direction that was easier and they're heading towards the Meridian Trench or whatever. Whatever you call your Marianas Trench in this world. Well, that's
All right. Do we have a fat burner? All I
does
need is some wick and some fat.
so that's I guess, are we yay or nay? Is Holtzman actually going to approach me about
Sharp.
asking questions, or not Holtzman? Yeah, Sharp.
He's gonna think about his questions, and maybe next time he'll have one or two for you.
Okay.
If something of particular interest or import pops into his head and rattles around in there for a bit, something that could be useful.
Right. Well then, until that time, I think I'm going to take speak with the dead. Or should I keep it around in case we find in some other bodies?
I like
That's an
talking to dead
interesting
people.
thought.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think that that's likely to happen again. Not in the same place.
Not in the same place, no. But Um.
That actually reminds me, I do need to spend a spell slot because I need to resummon Bet Mounty.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Good call. Yeah, you'll have to did you have it prepared already?
Yeah.
If you had it prepared and you had a spell slot left, then you can do it before your long rest.
Oh, I was out of spell slots before I hit long
Then you'll have
rest.
to do it after the long rest. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alas.
So then I suppose I'm going to remove right now I'm going to remove Binding Ice because I generally don't get close enough for it to be a thing, and when it is, I have Thunder Wave to push him off, or I'm going to swap in Tasha's Caustic Brew. I am no longer carrying Shield or Mage Armor. Those are, real battle only sort of spells to use. So
Fair. The only thing Dex will say to you as you're just preparing to stock up for the trip, he'll mention that knowing that we're going to be traveling overland and carrying some supplies in a cart, you might want to make sure you've any magic that you know that could help us a little bit with fording a river or carrying things outside of the wagon temporarily might be
I've got my
smart.
I've got my handy bracelet. I've got Shape Water, Mold Earth, Gust. Between all of that, we can make all sorts of whole structures, ramps, whatever we need to get things up and down and around. And
I
this
can
is that.
always do water
No.
walk,
Now,
which is what we did before.
if you want to switch it up or something, I don't think I have the time this time, but do you have some way to conjure an elemental? I bet an earth elemental would carry all that stuff nice and easy for you.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Dex.
Oh, okay.
Let me double check his spell book. But I don't think he has summon elemental.
I mean,
Wait, I have summon elemental. Can I
you
get
do.
one to carry my shit?
well, I mean, it'd be a
Wait a
limited time.
second.
We're talking about for unloading the cart and supplies and moving things while we're there. So
Yeah.
it's not that we're going to have an elemental around for 24 hours. Unless you wanted to chain those two spells together so you do have your elemental for a full day.
No,
Yeah.
it's a summon minor elemental. Conjure minor elemental. It's only good for an hour. Never
Yeah.
mind.
But yeah, no, Dex has he also has planar binding, but he doesn't have the summoning spell himself. He's more built for being hired to solve these kinds of problems rather than create them.
I see. And he hasn't been hitting up the spell book at all?
Well, he has here or there. So he's picked up a couple of extra spells, but not any of the elemental summons just yet.
Naya, are you sure you don't have summon or conjure elemental as a level 4 spell?
Me?
Naya.
I have conjure minor elemental as a rank 4 spell.
Oh, I know why you don't have it. It's because it's a Tasha's Cauldron spell, and you did not put most of those in your list because Roll20 lags to hell if you do. And it takes a lot of work to get it in there.
Plus, the opportunity or the inclination to use them is rare to none at all.
Well, I would say you should change that because you can send out your little elemental avatar on the front lines instead of having to get close yourself.
As always, you're entitled to those spells if you want to look them up, the ones that are on the druid list, and add one or two of them to your
I think we went through the whole list, and decided, and I grabbed like 2 of those.
So if you're happy with what you've got, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think so. Unless there's some blazing thing that I forgot or
Let me go
whatever.
ahead and drop a link to it in the Discord chat.
I've got it. I've got it.
Okay.
You don't have to. We can do it after this.
Um, but yeah, Dex will also say, we've got everything organized and ready to go. We have the obelisk here. I've made all of the preliminary preparations and engravings that I can do from here. Once we get to the site, I can run the tests I need to do and finish it up. It'll only take a few hours. We'll have it all loaded into the wagon. I have asked Ran to join us. He gestures at a kobold who is currently tending to a couple of the drakes. She is one of the Drake keepers, traditionally, that worked for Omnithibus, and now is going to help us. So we'll use the beasts to carry the wagon. We have the obelisk. We have a couple weeks of provisions. Pontus has wrapped up a few flags and tapestries with the Veshan emblem on it for us to use as we travel. Oh, and I have in the wagon. Something that we'll need to put on when we get there. We each have a tabard to wear. Goes right over the clothes, easy enough. It's got the big talon on it right where it needs to be, front and center. So we'll look very Veshan while we're walking along with our flags and wagon and whatnot. Just make sure you
Okay.
don't get it dirty or ripped or ruined or otherwise destroyed.
So yeah, that's why we're putting them on there and not here.
Yeah.
Since we might be ready to be attacked in the night, if we're going to be staying up there, I don't know if we're going to be staying up there or not. Probably best not to abandon the crew so a skeleton crew doesn't get wiped by some agitated Redshifted locals. I definitely recommend we bring lighter armor for anybody who's wearing stuff that's a bit heavier. So, at a moment's notice, you can kind of wake up and be ready instead of being completely unarmored. It's like you and a shield and your nighty, and that's about it.
If you guys want to do that, you can.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there for not just for those among us, but any of our friends and technicians coming with us if they wear the heavier attire themselves. Not that I expect them to join us on the front lines, but any protection in catastrophe is probably better than nothing. It's just some thoughts on it. Definitely should plan on having enough rations, more than enough rations. As we also don't know if it's going to be an extra long redshift. That can also occur when we deal with things in the way we like to do, in the eyes of a redshift.
Yes, but we do also have Captain Vidar at Silex, making sure they have plenty of supplies up at the camp on the western side of the portal. So,
fantastic.
as long as we have enough provisions for a couple of weeks, I think we'll be okay, and we can always restock over there. They should have more gear, and they've only been setting up camp in the cave up there for for a week now, but that it's very close to the Silex obelisk, so they should have had plenty of time to run some supplies up there for us.
I would also recommend maybe Montlarin and Albastaver and Green.
Yeah,
Since I know you don't like carrying around a big old bow all the time, but we might need a little bit of range if we're fighting out at similar forces like we fought during the little time shift when we were there. I think we should probably bring some longbows and arrows that we have kind of on the rack at the ready, so you have something a little bigger and heftier to fire back with. What do you say about that, guys?
Lumbergreen's already got a crossbow.
Oh yeah,
I
Is it
don't have a
labeled? You
crossbow. I have a sling.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could. I've seen your skills with all ranges of weapons, and I'm pretty confident, with a little stepping stool or something, that you could fully operate a longbow.
Longbow, like a crossbow, that would be awesome. Like
Yeah,
maybe something
we could probably get you a big heavy crossbow, sure.
heavy. No, I'd like something light. Something that could get that sneak or that nice, advantage.
Yeah, sure. Light crossbow, with whatever you think you can handle, that's going to give you some extra range. I'm just looking at all of the things. I hate to be the pessimist, but I expect we're going to be attacked, and so I'd rather we be just absolutely vigilant and on guard the whole time.
Am I able to get a light crossbow?
Yeah. You can get anything you need.
Hand crossbow or whatever the hell it's called.
Are you looking
Light-
for like the little mini shoot once and forget little muskety sort of crossbow? Or are you talking about your actually stand there and use it for a little bit like crossbow?
I'm talking about the one that has the light property so that I can still use it. What? I have
That would be the hand crossbow.
yeah,
It's-
yeah.
The trick with that
There's
one
a
though,
stipulate.
yeah, it's the
Yeah,
loading
that would
part.
let you continue to dual wield.
Yeah, so that I can have my shield and my 18 armor class.
I see.
Likewise, doesn't my sneak attack have the stipulation that it has to be like a light weapon or a finesse weapon?
I believe it's finesse or ranged. I think all ranged.
Or just all ranged weapons, so I can
Yeah.
use like a longbow?
I
Hell
think
yeah.
that's how it works. Check.
Hold
I
it
thought there was
sideways like
something
the
weird about
gangsta
that.
tribe.
Finesse or ranged is indeed what it says.
Okay.
Isn't that name of the goblins, the gangsta tribe, the ones that hold their longbows sideways because they're so short? I don't know. There was
Gangsta.
I can't remember exactly how it was written. Someone else took point on that. I didn't really understand Goblin. That's one of the funniest things. Is sometimes the book of many tales would come up with a tale that wasn't actually in common, and so the rest of us would be at a disadvantage. I could have cast comprehend language, but I figured I'd give the goblins this one, let them kind of mess around with this a little. Fun times.
But yeah, so if you want a hand crossbow, you can get it, and you can get some ammo. You'll have to put it in your inventory. I will say the range on the hand crossbow is the same as the sling bow, but it does D6 instead of D4 damage.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's kind of why
Longbow
I was
does a
suggesting
D8.
a longbow so you can get your, what is it? Is it 12480 or 24480?
150, 600.
150, 600? Golly. You'll be
It's heavy
It's
and
also heavy, yeah,
two-handed.
so Albastaver can't use it easily.
Yeah. I'm
Ah.
small, man.
so then maybe it'd be more of like a light bow or yeah. Short bow. Short bow is good. Short bow, short crossbow. I can't recall. Are you a skilled enough fighter to attack 2 times without effort?
Yeah.
Oh, well then you might want to think about using a short bow so you can fire twice without much effort instead of
Well,
once.
I can use my sling without much effort.
Yeah, but a light crossbow goes, or a short bow rather, goes a hell of a lot further. And again, you don't have to carry it. We can just have it on a rack at the ready. We're setting up a fort here.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right about that. I
All right,
like my
bring on
sling.
the bows, everybody.
Uh,
Might even convince me to
Question for
use a
you, sir.
bow.
Yes, sir.
Full action to equip your bow.
So the way it works is free object interaction to draw or stow a weapon, and then you can use your action again to draw or stow a different weapon.
Okay.
So, like, a weapon swap is an entire turn unless you drop the weapon on the ground, in which case it becomes an unheld, unworn object.
Cool.
Also, I'm just going to say that Quiver only holds 20 arrows. Of course, you can have 30, but the extra 10 will be extra.
Oh, I'll knock it down to 20. That's fine.
Cool.
If we're setting up for like archers firing over crenellation or whatever we've got going, having
Increnellation.
baskets with 50 to 100 arrows isn't unreasonable.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying you can't bring like a crate of arrows.
Good,
I'm
because
just
we
saying,
should.
like, if you're wearing a quiver, then the quiver holds 20.
Yeah.
And then I'm planning to actually get my own brass brazier this time and a few things of incense because, things get kind of wild.
Bring it with you.
Something goes, astray. Something finally realizes there's an owl absolutely obliterating them. Things happen.
Okay. Albus Tabber, are you adding anything to your inventory as well?
Well, see, here's the thing too. I just got my weight down. My rations are the only thing putting me over, so once I eat them, it's gone and I won't be
You
encumbered.
can take or not take whatever you like. It's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, I will take it off the rack if it's available at the place. And so definitely bring a bowl or a bow, rather.
I mean, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, there's going to need to be. We're going to have to get guards here. They're probably going to come from the Silex Keep. Just walk on through, and then they're going to need a couple of some short bows, maybe a long bow, crossbows, perhaps. Although I think the mundane bows will probably be a little bit lighter in the carriage. Naya, yeah. So it's wisdom plus level
I'm
plus
trying to figure out when
the
it shifted
bonus.
or when it changed.
That's probably the last level up.
Well, I'm not sure if it was a level up or something else where she got another.
Hey Nimbus, can you just
I
make
don't know
water?
what. Anyway,
Yeah. Well, I don't make water. I just open a hole between us and the elemental plane of water. And it can either be at a salty part or at a freshwater part. It's great.
That's what I thought. That's a really easy thing for you to do too, right?
Yeah, I've used it this whole time. I know you're focused on the song craft, so you don't maybe catch every detail. But yeah, that's that's how it's worked.
I was just thinking about it. I'm thinking to myself, I'm a little encumbered, but only by like 6 pounds, and I only carry a torch for the, basically for y'all, and I only carry a water skin because I need to drink water. But if I'm near you, you could just give me a cup of water. So
Yeah, I
I
can
take the water skin and the torch off. I'm not encumbered anymore.
make a little fountain at any time.
Sweet.
sir, do I need to have a healer's kit with me? It's a new thing.
Did they add that shit back?
Yeah,
That
Oh
it's
no,
still
I'm
in my
okay.
list.
I'm okay. Oh, good. I'm
you
fine.
can delete it if you don't want to use it. It lets you make a medicine check automatically to stabilize somebody when they're dying.
Oh,
But
okay.
you usually just heal them because when you stabilize somebody, they go unconscious for 1d4 hours.
Okay, so um I'm just trying to figure out what I can leave behind. I guess you're right though, Ambergreen. I don't need my water skin.
That's 5 pounds.
Is it 5? Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was like, well,
I can leave behind the diamond encrusted bracelet that I don't need to be carrying on the road. Thank you very much.
No, that's how you resurrect people.
Yeah,
need
that's your reagent. Yeah.
Oh, that is? Okay. I mean, I know that it was my reagent for stuff, but it's like I have a pouch of 100 gold pieces of diamond dust.
That's for
Worth
greater
of
restoration.
That's for greater restoration.
Also, for anything like your water skin that you don't want to be carrying on you, you do have access to a wagon right now, so you could just toss it in the wagon and it'll be fine.
sure. I'll throw
Your
one on the
wagon-
wagon just in case.
Your
All right,
wagon's
but
gonna have-
if I click it, then it's gonna encumber me even more than I already am.
you can uncheck it, and we'll just note that you've got it in the.
Okay, so I'm throwing that in there.
So in the wagon, we've got
Throwing my
the
bedroll in the wagon too.
Yes, we've got the obelisk. We've got some Veshan flags and tapestries. We've got some tents and bedrolls and stuff. We've got a couple crates of rations. We've got a handful of bows and a crate of arrows. And probably just for good measure, a barrel of fresh water before you go into the desert.
What sort of extra? Again, I can make the water. What sort of extra like potions or things could we get from Soriana, or
Yeah, good question.
is she going to be giving those to the other people?
This time, I will have to fetch her. There she is. Let me just copy these for you to the chat.
Since we're talking about this kind of thing, are we still getting paid in gold pieces or gold marks or whatever?
Oh yeah, we got marks.
You're still getting paid in marks, but it's kind of become irrelevant as you've gained the ability to
Tap into a dragon horde.
yeah.
Right. Well, that's what the last time we got any loot was really the dragon horde. So it's like, but are we still getting paid and do we care? I mean, I've got like 605 marks.
Those shouldn't weigh anything, if at all, but you can zero it out if you want to keep it clean.
No, it's all right. There are times when I rarely have to actually buy something. I mean, she never thinks about it.
You aren't really at the point in this career anymore where you need to exchange notable currency for things that you need.
Marks absolutely have weight. I had 1,715 of them, and I had 20 pounds.
According to this, it says this is 7 pounds worth of coin.
Oh, you guys need to keep better fucking track of how much shit you're carrying around.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, now I can carry way more than I thought I could. I was literally carrying around 20 pounds worth of my
training.
Fucking goddamn
No,
money.
My marks are in my miscellaneous notes, so they are not.
There you go. Look, he's doing it.
Oh, you're so smart.
Yeah, so my marks are not adding weight. I was like, wait a minute, I can strip 20 pounds. No. Clearly, I've been leaving them in my locker at camp anyway.
Smart. No, this
I
just
don't
means that I
myself.
can literally hold my crowbar, which is one of my most useful items. I don't have to like beg and like feel like I'm not equipped.
Right.
So I can leave my $649 value of money behind and remove 7 pounds.
Ooh, lucky pill.
I mean, the only thing I do is carry around some reagent grade silver coins, so that I
Yeah.
can do spare the dying, gentle repose. And hopefully we don't have to save too many spider folk, because it's not like I'm carrying around that many silver coins.
Can I call dibs on the lucky pill, everyone?
What lucky pill?
Oh yeah.
Lucky
I,
pill.
Sure.
I put your 4 potions in the chat, or 2 potions and 2 pills. Divvy them up as you wish.
In the chat where? Oh, in Discord. Never
In
mind.
Discord,
Yes,
yeah.
sorry. So Montlaren, thank you for the reminder on the coin dies. Yes, that should be well done by now. So you want to give everybody a ancient Veshan gold coin?
Yeah, a new ancient Veshan gold coin. Exactly.
Yeah.
Kind of like a campaign badge, you know?
Right.
Okay. Everybody can add a
What do they call those? Like a coin, right? Like
Challenge coin. Yep.
that's right, challenge. I'm like, there's a word I'm missing.
Let's call it like challenge coin or something like that.
Sure, yeah. Go for it, add it to your inventory.
I'm going to find a spot in the
Does
image.
it have a value? I mean, a weight or anything?
Coins are what, 0.02, I believe.
Put it in your notes.
I'm gonna find
I
it.
usually don't count things as negligible, but I think we can count 1 coin as negligible.
I'm gonna find an aesthetic hole, or sorry, an aesthetic spot to pop a hole into it, so I could make it into a medallion.
Fair.
No, you can just, I'm sure you know the knot craft to make a knot that will make like a pendant out of it.
Wrapped it.
Oh yeah, no, I could make a
8 pounds
cage.
over encumbered.
I like that.
What was
It's
that,
like,
Naya?
she's encumbered at 60 pounds, so she's got 68 pounds, and I'm scrambling trying to find where I
Let's see
can
if
dump that 8
Let's
pounds.
see if I can help you out with that.
I threw the bedroll and the tent on the wagon.
Do you still have all of that extra shit? Okay.
Well, I've got the ring, which she's wearing, the glow stick, the bracelet,
You've still
the
got that
pouch.
healer's kit in there.
Well, I cannot bring it.
Oh yeah, what's the weather like?
It's only 3 pounds.
The weather right now is
Like winter or fall clothes?
autumn. It's a little bit chilly.
Cool.
Oh no, you've still got those 605 mark 7 pounds. You can delete those and your GP and put them in your character notes if you want to. Leave them at home if you don't want to bring them with you.
All right, let me make a note here.
Yep. And then feel free to also like delete the extra backpack and traveler's clothes and shit that you've got in there, because
I don't have those even clicked.
No, but I mean you can delete them
okay.
from the list permanently, because those are not supposed to be added to your inventory. That was Roll20 doing shit. I think everything from that second backpack at the bottom to the healer's kit was just like randomly added to your inventory. So you can, if you hit edit, and then if you hit modify at the bottom of the inventory, it'll let you, there will be little trash can icons on each one. You see the modify button at the bottom?
Yeah.
The gear icon will just open up the thing to edit, and then modify will actually turn it into a trash can option. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Cool.
Why would they add this when it's mostly duplicates?
I do not know. They probably ran an update and then just decided through whatever algorithm that was in there that just we gotta update everybody's character sheets, so give them the default 5e gear. And you got some kind of default like 5e pack. I don't know why it happened.
Yeah,
I don't know
me too.
why I was spared from it either, but I appreciate that.
No, we
Yeah.
had to prune my character.
Well, it also wiped all my XP. So,
Oh yeah, that was annoying.
right. I mean, I just look at it like it's a good thing the topic came up at all.
Yeah.
Because I'm over here looking to add my XP, and it's like, why is that 0?
Hey, Naya's not encumbered for that.
I am not. Well, I'm not encumbered. That's amazing.
You can actually use your full movement speed.
Wow.
Good.
I don't know what.
Of course, I'm not carrying any rations either, so no help on that one.
You got a barrel of them. You're fine.
Yeah, you've got a barrel, and you usually don't need to because you have ambergreen with you, and everybody else can carry a few.
So I'm looking at this, and the math doesn't work. 51 pounds of armor and 3 pounds of extra shit, and it says I'm at 58.
Oh, let's see. You might have something in there more than once again, because I know that happens. Yep. You've got your quarterstaff in there twice. See at the very top how you've got your adamantine quarterstaff? You've got the regular one-handed option and the two-handed option.
Yeah,
Because
there's
they're
the
both-
versatile.
They're both checked, so it counts you as holding it twice. So uncheck one.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So which one
Both
do I
one-
uncheck?
Whichever
The
one.
first one.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's see, right below that, it should go down to
54.
never
54.
mind. It looks like
Math works.
well, now it says 0 pounds. It looks like only the first one weighs anything. Yeah,
It says 4 pounds.
hang on.
Oh, you're fiddling. Okay.
I am fiddling, sorry. Yeah, we have the weight of the second one set to 0 actually. So that was
That's weird. I don't know why.
So we'll just leave one of those unchecked. But let's look for anything else extra. So it's 4 pounds of weapons, 51 of gear puts you at 55.
What's her armor?
51.
51 of armor.
No, what's the
And
actual
then-
armor itself? That
Dragon scale shield and a dragon scale mail.
Yep. It's heavy.
51 fucking
Not heavy
pounds.
armor, but yeah, it's heavy.
It's pretty heavy considering.
The math works out. You just weren't counting your quarterstaff because it's all the way at the top of the sheet.
Well, I think it's interesting that it counts the armor, but then it counts the weapon, and it doesn't tell you that it's counting the weapon.
It's all the way at the top of the sheet. Like if
Right.
you have ammo and stuff as well, it's
Oh,
all
well.
there, and it's all.
I have 2 points of leeway for the moment. I'm sure
The
that will
sheet-
change.
The sheet seems to assume that you don't have any spells in your spell list because the inventory and the weapons are right next to each other otherwise. So, again, good.
Well, I
good
don't have to
call,
carry around spell scrolls, right?
Right. No,
Like
you're
Nimbus
all,
would have to.
You're all set. Nimbus does
Okay.
this voluntarily.
Right. Okay.
Oh, how much does the adamantine dagger weigh? One?
Adamantine is usually double the usual weight, isn't it? No, I don't think I said that. Let me double check. I think I wrote it down. Just to be sure.
Are you saying stuff? I think I've been discorded.
Oh, hello.
Discorded.
Welcome back.
Shit, I've been discorded.
We've been talking about the character sheet. You okay?
Yeah, does he need log
I'm
out,
back.
log back in?
Nope, I'm back. It was
Welcome
simpler
back.
than that. My
Okay.
headphones had been unplugged because it has 2 plugs.
Ah,
It has one in the earpiece and then one in the system.
All right. No, adamantine is normal weight.
Okay. I hadn't accounted
yeah.
for the weight of the dagger, but now that I've
Yeah, that's
lightened up
good
a
to
couple
do.
of things, it's kind of moot.
I can't remember the last time she was heavily encumbered or close to it.
And Amber Green, you are literally sitting on the edge.
Yep. By getting rid of my one torch and my water skin, I brought it to 80 exactly.
Awesome.
Cool.
Sorry.
Nice
I didn't look at how heavy my flute is. Oh, 1 pound. That's about right.
Yeah.
Well, if it's wood, yeah.
I
It's
mean,
made of metal, no.
depends on the metal and the size of the flute.
Oh, hey, and you are actually still carrying some marks and gold. That could lighten you up by like 1 pound. If you want
I
to.
am. Are they? Those are. Oh shit! It's over here in my little
Yeah, on the left.
Wow. Look,
You could
15
get
man.
the torch back if you wanted.
Yeah, I don't need to, but
you could.
I could. What's
All right,
MC the marks?
Yes. I think everybody is good then.
Boom. That was 79. Here, I'm going to add them to my pile that I leave in you know.
I even have weights for all of my extra jewelry.
Yeah.
Been adding weight to everything.
But now you've got loads of extra space. Dude, there's so much shit in this man's inventory. It's like longer than the rest of
Well,
it.
okay. Some of this stuff is stuff that I just want to remember that I got and then sent back to my guild.
I have a lot of those things too. Things that we discovered that I came across.
Yeah.
This is good and I appreciate it.
I have those in my notes as well, but I also have the things that I found most interesting here. I also have things that I use sometimes, like the magnetic donut that I made, right? 1 pound. I don't use it all the time.
I still carry the beer goggles and red-tinted glasses in case we see that rabbit again.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome.
The green 8-bits from those demons that we fought. There was some orange.
Don't have any.
Oh, excuse me, not orange. Yellow vial of demon acid or whatever.
Casual. It's 0.01. That's the weight of beer goggles.
Sulfur water, the steel pipe from that island. I'm not carrying the scepter of the deep, but it wouldn't be a bad idea if we start doing more water stuff again.
That was in my inventory. I deleted it recently.
Then there's I'm not bringing it, but there's that dragonite orb too.
Yep.
And the
I got the evil eye.
The pouch of shattered blue salamander. There was
I had some of that. I used it though.
There was that little baggie of the jar of purple fairy knockout dust that we tried to use on corrupted Arcturus. So yeah, some fun little memories just in the things that we've expended or traded in or handed to Dex and he immediately disposed of in some sealed box.
Exactly.
You know, the fun stuff.
I have the Hydra stuffing.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was a fun one.
Let me get us going before it gets too late.
Yes, definitely.
So it's everybody here, Dex, Ron, and her 2 drakes. She calls them Shiver and Scratch.
Cute.
They are towing your wagon. And you are on the road, except there is no road.
Wait, what? Well, there've been several trips over there, so it should be tamped down enough to almost start resembling a road, right?
Only 1 trip by now, right?
Well, we made a trip, the scouts made a trip, and now
the other squad made a trip and then they fell in a hole and saw that the things were purple goo, didn't they?
Yeah. They kind of went like this way. They traveled
Gotcha.
pretty further east than you guys did.
I see.
Oh,
But if you're going the way you're going, you got a 21 hex journey to go, which will take you about 5 days at the usual pace, and having to keep up with the everybody extra you've got this time. I imagine you'll have to probably go at that pace.
Drake pace at least, right?
And they're not slow, to be clear, but yeah, it's unless you have an alternative for them, it's going to be a standard hiking pace for you for this journey.
Yeah, I figured we'd be going at whatever pace the drakes or dragon things.
Fortunately, the lands around All Saints and in general have now that it's autumn, the quick growth of shrubby plant life has sort of slowed down. But the ground has gotten significantly solid. Um, uh, you all may be bundled up a little bit, except for Dex. He is not. I assume that you do not care to be. As you're leaving the city and setting out toward the northeast, Dex says, "I feel like I've barely been in All Saints for a week, and already we're heading out to a new spot."
story of our life.
Well, yes, you all get to be traveling around even more than that.
Oh, it's good for you, Dex.
Oh, I'm not. Don't get me. I'm not complaining. I'm just so used to being holed up in the same workshop for
Well,
months and years, and
hope you're ready for a little danger because there's a whole bunch of purple things that'll be keeping our pace nice and slow, and we have no idea what else we'll see over there. We weren't sure what we were going to expect in the south.
As long as we carry these flags, they should leave us alone, right?
They'll leave us alone, but I have no idea what else we might find there.
Yeah, we will be within spitting distance of the tower after all.
Right.
Finally. I mean, I always knew I'd get close to it eventually, but it is really right over there, isn't it?
Yeah,
It really is.
so close yet so far. Not just in the difficulty of figuring out how we're going to actually access it, but it's enchanted in such an illusory way that it's really hard to tell where it's actually at. As you get closer, it doesn't seem to change. It's so weird. And so close we'll be, yet so far. There's so much we still need to learn. I don't think we're just going to run headfirst into the place, fly over the chasm, and, let that be that.
Hell no.
Quite right. Well, first things first, we need to set up what might be the most important obelisk of our journey so far.
I imagine that there will be eyes on us as we approach.
Until we manage
Hopefully
to
no
set one up
dragons.
within Vest proper. Once we've actually got an obelisk set up in the tower, then it's then we're really in the belly of the beast.
Yes.
Hey, yeah.
One step.
Probably a few months away yet. We've got to get everybody else up here.
Fortunately, the supply line coming from Vesoth from Cradian Empire has a shortcut they can take to get across, so they can get here a little quicker.
Yes. Oh, well, obviously nobody has gone through the gate yet, but from the team's reports, it sounds like it's still open. And once they put up the new obelisk on their side, the Redshift no longer bled through the gate. So it seems like it will remain safe to use. We'll want to make sure there's a decent amount of security on it, but as long as we're careful and about who is sending who and what through, I think you're right about that.
There's just a lot to be careful and considerate about. This is going to sound silly, but it almost makes me wish we had built up some of our own circles to teleport to at some of our bases along the way. It would create a
closer-
vulnerability, of course, if we're being scryed upon, so there's always a risk with that. But in the
The
time
closer
that
we
had,
get to that last fight, I think the more we're going to think of those kinds of things.
spending an entire year to set one up is going to be far too long. I think we're going to want to act before then.
Yes, I think Lucent would probably have a hard time convincing her higher ups to keep paying us for a whole year of sitting around in one city.
Oh, they can always
As
come out and
much
check
as I'd
things
like
out.
to build a teleportation network.
Oh no, I'm more than happy to invite them out and assess the situation for themselves. They have an open invitation from Nimbus.
Well, I hear we've got some tourists in the Marius area. Here and there occasionally. But they're mostly daredevils and treasure seekers.
Hopefully, pilgrims.
Not
hope
quite
they,
brave enough to
someday.
join the commission themselves.
Now, if we really want to get some attention, we need to be sending the call out wherever the toughest, roughest adventurers that go, take on a dragon and come back for steak dinner sort of types, where they dwell. That would be the ones that we'd maybe have a little bit more help with.
I thought that was where we got you all.
No, we're really looking for those who want to start a new life in this brand new city of ancient origins. Have
Honestly,
new homes. Yeah.
My dad
honestly,
found a
look,
flyer
homes.
about this whole thing in his travels, in his planar travels, and thought it'd be a good place for me to go retrain. So, well, I went here to go retrain.
But Alice Taber's right. It eventually, when we put a stop to the Redshift, we'll have to make Eska happy and get all things booming again.
No. We should do it sooner. We should jumpstart it, get some intrepid people along who are like down and ready for danger. Give them some, bonuses, give them some nice big spots for their service to us.
Hopefully, they've got recruiting stations set up for those kinds of people.
Oh, see, we even have the druid on board now. They really need to start doing this. I'm going to write that in my next letter. I have even convinced local druid on team. Please send pilgrims, refugees, people in search of new life.
No. Not pilgrims and refugees. We want the intrepid warrior types who are adventurers that are actually a little smarter than the ones who just want to go on an adventure. And we want the ones that are actually capable.
Nah.
We have them.
Yeah, no, we got
That's
those.
us on the beta team. Right?
I want the old grizzled ex-adventurer who doesn't mind setting in a spot that is maybe a little bit dangerous, who's willing to build a tavern in the ruins of All Saints.
Okay, I want that.
I want the daring scholars and artisans. I want the people
those are
who
badass too.
Build this country, right?
Exactly, but I mean, you really want the tavern guy first because he builds the second place so that those scholars can come and drink.
I think you want them all at the same time because without people to drink, what's the tavern keep having?
Exactly. Honestly, we need to let these guys in right now.
Give me 3 months to go back home and recruit. I'll bring over 100 druids to Eska. and their whole families, which are
Perfect. We could restore the desert.
yeah, but
Ron
that'll
Well, and then
take
suddenly I'm
that'll
not going
take
to
a
be
little too
rare
long.
anymore. Wait until we're done.
Okay.
Ron
Okay.
chimes in. She says, what does a tavern do?"
It's a place where people hang out, consume things that make them intoxicated so they can have more fun and lower their inhibitions together. Celebrate. Play little games like throwing darts at a dartboard to test their accuracy as they're increasingly inebriated, or
Intoxication is the operative word.
yeah,
It's
it's very
of-
much it's a meeting place that is
It-
often
It
part of
is
an inn.
akin to a smoking den.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It's part of the intricate interpersonal social relationships that our civilization has developed over many years. You must, cut your inhibitions in order to talk about things.
Will, she says, will these other strangers come and build taverns in the volcano? Kimmick
If you
tells
want them to.
me that you are
Could
planning
maybe
to help
happen.
us return to the volcano soon.
Oh
Absolutely.
yes. The volcano is definitely something. It had been a city long ago, and has since obviously turned into a devious tyrant's fort for a while. But at this point, since that devious tyrant is no more and it's your home, we definitely want to give you folks the best advantages possible. Not just making it a home for all of you, but a place where you can be recognized legitimately, financially, as a sovereign region of your own. That you have your own sort of say to whatever you're saying. Obviously, if this is all under the Cradian Empire, then it's plus or minus treaties and stuff like that. But all the trade, all of the opportunities. Blacksmiths from around the world love somewhere that they can just go straight to a nice heat source, getting to work. There's already factories and stuff downstairs. There's a lot to work with already with the infrastructure. It could become quite the amazing place. I have to ask the chain pulley system that led up to Arcturus little hideout up in the hills. Was that built by kobolds, like the families of kobolds that had been living at the volcano?
I don't know. I never followed Lord Arturus to the cold castle, so I know very little about it.
How about the
My task was to remain in the king's lair and train the
chains and pulleys and elevator systems in the castle itself? Were
It's
those
quite clever.
all built by kobolds?
Some of them, at least, some would fortify and repair them, and Lord Ieth and uh, his forgers would also assist.
I see. Well, that would definitely be another thing to grow above and beyond your the current families of kobolds crafting capabilities, to take what skill and ingenuity you folks already have and get some enhancement, getting craftsfolk from around the world to help trade techniques and not only in how to build the things, but even getting into core things about metallurgy and other sorts of things. Uh, A dwarf will spend a lifetime learning about metal, and they can condense it down to a pretty short lesson for people who don't have hundreds of years to live. It can get you folks really far really fast. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that. Taverns, yes. You want smoking dens? Sure. If you want,
Well,
I don't know, like
am.
psychic
Gambling
meditation
houses.
layers or something, that might
Right?
be pretty
Smoking
cool.
dens? I mean, cool.
No, I think meditation-y things. There are druids that deal with the volcanoes and the fire and would love to be there too. So if you folks want to get a little bit more in tune with nature in that way, that would definitely be a prospect for those interested. Be able to speak with the volcano, communicate with it instead of simply living in it and working with it.
Well, I am very happy raising these cute creatures. But I am sure Kimmick will be very happy that you said those things.
Well, certainly. It's for all of you folks. It was you folks never were supposed to be anybody's slaves or anybody's enemy. You deserve so much better. And now that all of that's over, let's look at positive times for the kobolds in the area for many years to come. Though we still have one more hurdle to get over, and it's the same one everyone's working on. And we appreciate everybody's assistance with this. Fran, I'm so happy for you to be helping us out with this. The drakes are definitely going to be great for what we're traversing here. We saw I don't know if you heard about it, the cold drakes down in the frozen south, and there was an icy one. It seemed to be like the matriarch, patriarch. Maybe at some point when things are a little bit safer, we can head down there and get a chance to meet them. It's not like we're friends with them. To be clear, they thought we were a meal. That's what they thought we. But
you met ones like these?
yeah, it appeared as if they had perhaps escaped from Arcturus detail and were unaffected by the Redshift. They were just hanging out there.
I'm amazed that they are still alive. That's great news that they are thriving.
Yeah.
Somehow in the cold.
Well, they seem to be doing a good job of burrowing, so there might be somewhere under all of the permafrost there some respite deep underground.
Once you are settled in back in the volcano, you might be able to set up recapturing grounds.
Sometimes drakes would be lost when everyone came back, and that happened occasionally. But
they appear to have
some survived is very happy.
They appear to have some sort of a strong leader who is a different breed of drake. They didn't really seem to care too much about being hit with ice. Didn't really mean much to them at all. Didn't look at all like your fiery drakes here.
That is strange.
And I don't know if they're just a different breed that happened to live out here naturally, or if they were shifted, and that's the result. See, I'm not an expert like you are in this subject. At another time, on another day when things are safer, I'd be more than happy to help with the crew to escort you down to the deadly, dangerous, frigid south. They are huge creatures there. We ended up setting up camp on a tortoise or turtle of something the size of a small mountain.
I would love to eat it and then live in its shell as a house.
You could cut off a large enough piece of it to eat it, and you wouldn't even get through its first layer of skin. The thing was huge.
Yeah, no, probably not. It was absolutely massive. It would be perfect for soup.
Gross! It would stink forever.
Like
Village Tower, it sounds
just keep it going.
Texas. It sounds majestic. Let the poor thing be.
What? You have to taste everything at least once.
Yeah, but like I said, you could probably just get like a little meat off of one of its pads with like a bear trap or something, and it'd just be like, ow, oh well, and just keep walking. You have a big old
Wow.
chunk of meat.
A live flesh farm? They're cruel, but I mean,
No,
I
no,
know some people in the guild that might be into that.
I'm saying if it's for science and it's only to be done one time, and you can even heal it afterward. We can come through. Oh no, lesser restoration for that little boo boo on your teeny tiny foot. Oh no, your feet are giant.
Eh, I hear you.
They probably
but
you could
no,
probably just
for-
follow behind it, and the skin it leaves behind on rocks would be enough to eat.
honestly though, I'm not such a monster to say that we should hunt it. If it turns out to be a rare species and we can't find a lot of it, best bet for my tastes is we wait for it to die of some natural cause or something like that, and then swiftly take up the body and
Personally,
dissect
I'm
it,
with
eat it.
Naya. Leave it be. For all we know, when the area thaws out, it'll just be this giant iceberg in the distance, dying of dehydration or
Oh.
whatever.
See, that's when we
So-
swoop up and we eat it.
Or maybe that would be the time for you and your guild to do a giant extraction project, and just keep constantly covering it with water and keeping it nice and cool with all of your magic and things, and getting into some place where it's always cold that your guild has.
Or like a
and,
zoo.
Yeah,
That might be
something like,
interesting.
but
But I mean,
obviously it's a massive operation. You would need a ship big enough to hold a bunch of ships on it. Like that's
I
how big a
honestly,
ship you'd need.
so conservation is Vim's opinion in the guild, but there are many in an argument. You've actually stumbled into a wide debate in our guild, and that is conservation versus eating. But though I do like tasting and testing luxurious and exotic food types, I do like the potential education and funds that come from conservation. So yeah, I see your argument. Zoo.
Suppose the other thing is, I don't know if it's a beast or if it's a monster. If it happens to be a gargantuan beast, well, we have means to talk to it. That thing might have some ancient knowledge. That might be a very good person for us to talk to. Entity.
And then you eat it. I understand.
No, you don't eat it. If anything, a friend that big, we could build a small fort on their back and take care of them and give them the things they need.
Global
and
fortress.
That sounds like enslavement.
Yeah.
No, it would have to be done in such a way that we negotiate the terms so it gets plenty of good things, and I don't know what
yeah.
sort of
Description.
if it has predators that we've got to be ready to scare off. There's
Okay, no,
it would-
I
it would be an
understand what you're
interesting
saying.
sort of thing.
So turtles live a really, 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 really long time. So like, if they decide, fuck it, I'm going to the bottom of the swamp for 10 years, we're just doomed.
Well, hopefully you get off before then, but
Maybe you make the
stipulations like
fortress watertight.
You ever read The Never-Ending Story? There's a whole scene about this.
no, most stories I read come to an end at some point, except if they're like a cursed book.
Yeah, the movies, however, bullshit.
That's a movie.
Right? Yeah. The screenplay, the play version, the turtle is allergic to the human. That's not in the book.
Well,
Wow.
hopefully it didn't die from our little scrape with being on its back. But
Oh God, it got
I feel like
some.
it's more like it lives for so long that we are just a passing thing it gives no shits about.
It
I
got
think
a
it was
rare
more
form
like
of
that.
fucking-
Might never even notice we were there.
Probably
Oh.
that. That's the other prospect of trying to talk with it is it might not even realize that we're actually trying to communicate with it until after it squished us.
I heard horror stories from Vim. I think he was trying to make me feel grateful for my upbringing, but he talked of entire societies of people who lived in dark places being met met by other people from cities, and then all of them just getting really, really sick.
Do we want to go by the river or do we want to avoid it? I think not having to cross the river is probably better for us, given that we're not going to be limited on water whatsoever.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was saying, go kind of this way.
Yeah, I didn't bring my tackle.
I would imagine the river probably terminates by around here, so we could probably go to here and then start cutting from where we're at
Yep.
now.
That makes sense. Are we
Isn't that
here?
pretty much the way we went last time?
Yeah,
Wonder
plus
where
or
it dumps.
minus. It's probably good to stick close to a path that we've, gone a little bit already.
Don't get too close to, it.
Yeah,
Put on my tabard.
Yep.
alright,
Oh.
it's all good. It's nice
Release the
because
bears.
I've got these nice little the winter clothes, and then I've got the salamander scales over that, and then I've got the dragon mantle cloak over that, and then I've got the tabard over all of that, which is great, except I gotta be careful not to use the mantle, otherwise I might rip this thing right in half. It'd be like
Yep.
that
Dex says
one
he-
play that we had Dragon Man, where it's like his shirt would pop off and it'd be all like muscular. I am Dragon Man, and he'd go like kick some bad guys in the butt or whatever. Kick him. The best one was the one where we had the plants in the audience. We kicked the dude in the butt to go off stage and then land on the plants, and then they start like fake beating him up in the audience.
Awesome.
But then there were a couple more plants around to push other people back, so nobody joined in. It was fun. Good stuff. Oh, good stuff. Anyhow, yes, we've got our tabards, we've got our flags. We're going at a nice steady pace. They can see us in the distance so long as a thick haze or weather doesn't immediately set in.
What was the question?
I didn't
Or was
ask you
that
a
a question?
question. No, I was
Okay.
saying we can see well in the distance and they can see us.
Yeah.
I have a spyglass of
You do.
unusually
That's
expert
right.
make. I also have, I think, a normal spyglass too. If anybody wants it.
That's your lure.
Um,
Like if somebody has to borrow it, that's the one you give them.
Yeah, exactly.
Today is a cloudy day, and you do find a spot where the borders between landscapes here is easier to cross with wagon. As you get to the spot, once you verify that it does appear to be the spot, Dex will help you pull out all the clothes and flags and stuff. There's 2 big flags that you can carry on poles. You could also probably tie them to either side of the wagon temporarily if you wanted to. And the clothing will just go, it just flops over your neck, front and back. Has the big sign on both sides, or the symbol. And there's one for each of you in your size.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful.
He says, "Oh, well, thank Pontus for these. He worked overnight to make sure we had them all in time, and with the flags and the tapestries and everything, they're pretty big."
Does my Veshan belt have the symbol on it? That would make me want to take it off and put it on over the tabard or not.
I don't think it does.
Got it.
It's just a regular buckle. But either way, you have the symbol on your front and back, and so once you're assembled, is anybody carrying the flags? Do you want to carry them, or do you want to?
I can carry
yeah.
one. They're actually fairly heavy, especially, the higher they go, the more
Yeah,
unwieldy they are.
they're like a
I can
they're
carry
like
one.
a big again, it's a big 2-sided standard. So you
Yep.
got like the cross shape with the fabric hanging down, and you can carry that high above your head if you want to.
If you stick it inside of the ring of your belt, if you have one of those long sort of European style belts that tie into a ring, um,
Put it in
if
the
you,
cup of your
yeah,
stirrups.
if you put it in the cup of your stirrups or in the ring of your belt, it makes it a little bit easier. Personal experience.
Yeah, there used to be a banner holder. Yeah, I think a bannerman on the field would normally have he's on his horse and he would normally have this extra pole holster thing attached to the saddle.
Oh, that's
And
nice.
that the bottom of the pennant, the bottom of the pole would sit in. So all he had to do was make sure it stayed in the holster because they're heavy.
According to Caesar, you're supposed to stick it inside of your hip while you're riding the horse. So that sounds 100% more comfortable.
Yeah.
Because all I can imagine for a standard bearer on top of a horse or the cavalry guy is just crack in the nuts, crack in the side of the
Holy
hip,
shit, is this
crack in
thing
the side
heavy?
of the
I mean,
exactly.
any wind at all, and you've got a war on your hands, and you're fighting a piece of cloth. I mean, it's just dumb.
You gotta
yeah.
remember they had a saddle, but no stirrups either in Roman times, so they couldn't lock themselves into the horse as easily as well.
Right. But there was this holder for like a pole, a wooden pole.
That sounds cool.
Anyway, I'll carry a pennant, and am I walking or mounted?
Just
Walking,
walking, I believe. Yeah, you just have the two drakes carrying the wagon.
Okay.
I have a horse, but yeah, I will also take
Until
one
I
of the
need to
standard.
wild shape, I will carry a pennant.
Okay. So which one of you wants to go in front, and which one wants to go in back?
Okay.
I
Flip a
will
coin.
take point.
I will be right behind Lauren.
Okay.
I can be at the end, at the back. I don't
BRB
mind.
getting water.
Oh,
If
well,
I
I
feel
figure
like,
I've got the Veshan plate, I've got the standard, I've got
Sure.
the horse with the military saddle.
I know their song.
You know what I mean?
I
I
can
was
play.
gonna say, is Amber Green gonna sing the song?
Well, I mean, as
Okay.
long as everything's going fine with the tabards and shit, I don't have to. But if it seems like things are looking at us, absolutely, That's why I learned it. I learned it so I could play the tune.
Yep. Smart cookie.
I don't know about that, but musical anyway.
Okay. And then so Mont and Alvis, you two in front. Amber Green and Naya, you two in the back. Everybody else will take up the middle. And when you cross over the threshold, you first, Montnar. Two guardians materialize. The ground undulates like waves, and they rise up out of the grass without breaking earth, just as they did the first time you saw them. They approach, both of them, to you. They look over your whole party, scrutinizing. Each of them has 10 eyes, and each eye blinks on and off in some rapid, inscrutable algorithm. And then they turn and leave you be.
Well done.
Right.
Dex
Let's
says,
press on.
as you're pressing on, Dex says, your descriptions of these creatures did not do them justice, I think. Wow, are they Are you a construct or an elemental? I would love to see if I could get to be friends with one of these.
I think Mont's assessment on the hoof was construct, and so his application based on that worked. Just FYI, Dex.
Good to know. Hold on just a moment. Out of character, there's an ant crawling on my wall. I need to murder it
Ooh!
so it doesn't call
Ooh!
for
Oh,
help.
indeed.
Be right back.
Indeed.
Well, I would say take it outside, but you know.
Take it outside. I'm back.
Yeah, I secretly wonder if they're not actually neither a construct nor an elemental, but rather those villagers who were transforming back in the past when Holtzman lost the fort in the first place.
That's an interesting theory, although when we had this conversation some months ago, when we came here the first time, you did say that the blinking
Yeah.
and the lights look like a construct.
Yeah, they
It's-
definitely
And-
like
and-
machines.
Right, and
All
your
right.
assessment and then decisions that you made based on this is my assessment, and in the moment this is what I'm going to do and how I'm going to respond absolutely worked. So I'm going to trust your initial gut reaction, which was construct.
I'm
They
going
could
to ask
also
this.
be turned soldiers.
Yeah,
What's up?
I'm going to ask this because we got the Beta Squad's description of what they look like underground, which was that they're kind of fluid and kind of massless while they're burrowing. Is that correct?
That's about what they said. Lufile described it as oozy.
Uzi?
Yeah.
Oozy. And so it makes me wonder if these perhaps defy the standard orders of things that we are aware of and perhaps crosses some boundaries. It could be a construct, it could be an ooze, it could be simply magic, it could be a permanent magic, and that doesn't have to mean it's a construct or an elemental.
Scary.
For example, if someone were to make a, summon a magic weapon that goes around and attacks things and somehow make it permanent, that thing would not be a creature. Even if it was given its own consciousness, it would not be a creature. And so, to that extent, these may not actually be creatures. They may be closer to the result of an enchantment or conjuration that is simply permanent.
I don't
And-
see how that's a whole lot different from construct, though.
Because it wouldn't
Yeah.
actually be a construct at that point. It would simply be an entity of magic. The way to fight that would then be attempting to dispel magic on them individually. And I don't think they'll take very kindly to that.
Perhaps there's
Right.
a true source of them somewhere. Maybe
That-
it's underground somewhere.
Well, found, as it were.
That could very well be. I, for some reason, get a feeling the captain of the guard may have created these creatures or have some sort of perhaps control over them. If that entity still exists, the one that we fought that I believe was, didn't you banish it, Amber Green?
Only just long enough.
Just for a moment, but yes, I did.
You just survived.
Yeah, it's long enough. All you need is a bit. All you
He
need is a
says,
bit.
well, yes, that would something along those lines would track with the fact that they seem to be out to defend against non-Veshans.
Right.
They're
But
interesting, though, aren't they, Dex?
the terms by which a non-Veshan can pass as a Veshan seem fairly simple.
They are a bit dumb. Yes,
Because I don't know, for example, how well they would accept. Well, you know what? With that in mind, I'm just going to keep these thoughts to myself as we press on, because I don't want to give any open ears any other ideas.
You never know what they're thinking about in the strange heads they've got.
I have no idea what entity or entities may have consciousness in this area and what they do with it. This is basically uncharted territory. The moment we cross over the sand into this region, it's the danger zone.
Well, I would very much like to sit down and take a very close look at one of these creatures, but yes, let's be good Veshans and get on our way to see Sir Kita, was it?
Exactly.
Yes.
Sing us a song, O Bard. The song. Wait, I have it in my notes. Also,
Yes.
song to Alita.
Should I tell you?
Since I'm not playing the horse game, I can play along.
No one in the entire universe other than you and I get the joke that you just made, Sniper.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, it was so inside as to be beyond.
Okay. All right.
I was going to say, maybe, if one particular other human being, and only one, were listening, he'd say, wait, was that my joke?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, anyway, you were asking if I know a song there, Day. What was it?
For Alita? Yeah.
Yeah, to Alita. For Alita.
Oh, wait, yes, I know that song. I totally know that song, yes.
Yeah, it's the one that you played last time, right?
Yeah, I can play that one.
Well, Nimbus
nice
just
performance roll, Nimbus. Holy shit.
Nice.
Nimbus
Yeah.
just
Like,
put
no,
it
you
out.
mean the one that goes like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's amazing. Well done, sir.
While you both play through the evening, the
I'm kind of afraid
Guardians.
to roll performance now.
You can. Well, we'll see
You
how
have
good it is.
performance anxiety.
You're usually good at it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
16's
You
not
can play
bad.
better. No, but he was like, this song, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, wait, yeah, hold on. I had to reproduce it with a flute. You couldn't have done that.
You remember it is something Nimbus is proficient in his performance. He is an actor. Actor performer.
Collectively, you play quite well.
Yeah.
And the Guardians give you a wider than usual berth. As
Nice.
Lauren and Naya, you set up a sort of small perimeter with these flags. And tell me a little bit about how you're going to set up camp out here.
That is a good question.
I thought we didn't do camp once we crossed over.
It's still a 2-day trip.
Yeah,
through
we
the
did
grasslands.
camp last time too. It's just that we were a smaller party back then, so it was easier.
Got a lot of
It
stuff.
would be basically everybody but the Drakes can go in a tiny hut. And then once the tiny hut's established, I'm the only one that can't leave. Everyone else can go out and hang out with the Drakes and stuff. So we can have outside patrols that continue monitoring the banners that are set up by the Drakes. But that's basically my plan. Is we do the thing that keeps us comfy. We can all fit in it. There's how many of us?
Can do as many as
7.
15 or something.
Yeah,
if everybody standing room only.
There's
Party Hut's
7
limit
of
is
us.
9, I think, right?
I believe 8.
8 plus you, isn't it?
No, I think I'm part of the 8. Let me.
Gotcha. I mean, it's enough either way. I just thought it was 9.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. Let me. Don't mind the sounds you're hearing in the background there. That's just people celebrating playing games.
It's 10 total.
Yeah, 9. It's
10.
actually straight 9, actually. 9 creature. Oh, fit inside the dome with you. You're right. It's not 8 plus 1. It's 9 plus 1. Crazy.
10. Okay, so we can fit everybody except the drakes. There will only be for but a moment as the dome itself comes up that someone won't be attending the drakes when the purple things might be around, and then they can just step back out and.
Oh, the drakes are medium, by the way.
Oh, they
So
can fit
probably
then.
fit inside. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well,
It's
I
going to be
guess-
crowded, but
you know what? I bet Ren and Evergreen, you could probably both lay out your bedrolls and sleep on top of a drake. Be nice and warm.
Theoretically, I'm small.
Aren't you dwarf?
I'm a dwarf. Yeah.
But yeah, you all fit in there.
Yeah,
And,
it works.
I mean, you could always.
All right.
If it's too crowded, like you said earlier, everybody except Nimbus could like go outside and sleep outside the hut if you wanted to. If it was too many people.
Yeah. Before you like make any comments about my girth, I'm 4'7", dude. I'm not that big.
Yeah, no, I thought dwarves were medium creatures, that's all.
4'7", 135 pounds. I'm not big.
God damn. That's like 2 of me.
So how would the spoon order go? It'd be like Drake, Montlarin, Naya. Wait, no, Dex is pretty tall. I think he'd be after
Yeah, I
the
was gonna
Drakes.
say you forgot the line.
Dex is over there accordion into the corner.
He might be
going,
on
"Oh,
the-
shit." It's chin between his knees going,
Oh, he might actually get the empty space on his own.
Yeah, he might end up sleeping outside with very very close to the hut. So,
I mean, he can be both inside and outside. Like he can have his head out in the cold and his feet inside if he wants or whatever.
Yeah.
Or maybe the opposite, so he doesn't smell his feet.
once the hut is set up, Ran is going to make a point of hurrying to fetch some kindling so that she can start a fire. Because it is getting quite cold tonight.
Oh,
What?
don't worry about it. The tiny hut is insulated.
We'll all stay warm in it.
But I mean, if you really want to go out, exploring, you got to stay close to one of the flags. So I'll bear that with you.
Well, it is indeed pretty crowded in there. So I was assuming that one or two of you would probably want to roll outside a little bit, set up a fire like right on the edge of it.
That works.
Maybe create hot food.
Hot food.
Yeah.
Well, we
For what
like
it's worth,
to really
I was thinking
live
that
like shit.
we want a fire and we want banners, on either side of our little collections so that our guardians can see them at all times.
right.
The fire would keep the banners lit.
Yeah, that sounds smart, actually. Okay, well then that means I'm gonna have to bear one of these banners with you while you go collect firewood.
It's not a long way to a small bit of woods where you can just pick up a few like loose branches, twigs, and leaves and stuff.
No doubt.
Bundle them up, run them home. And I assume somebody helps her start the fire.
Oh yeah. I even have a tinderbox.
Test the digitation.
Really?
Lauren's halfway into his
Cantrip.
backpack.
Yeah, I'm like, God damn it. All I could do is blade ward.
She says. Well, she jumps a bit at the magic spell, but then it just lights the fire. She's like, okay. Says thank you. It's
No
very
doubt.
cold. I'm used to the warmth of the volcano.
Definitely the cold time of year.
You want my poncho?
She's got a big blanket of her own that she's already wrapping herself in.
Right. Mine's really just a blanket sewn together.
She says, aren't you terrified of those? She points at one of the giant purple crystal arachnoids wandering around.
It's
If you
context
think about it,
dependent.
they're here to keep us safe.
Exactly. It's context dependent. Right now, absolutely not. Those things do not bother me. I try not to even think about them. I'm going to be honest. Like, yeah, I'm aware of them. It's really hard to not be.
I'm trying not to think about them, but say that they can be stopped by a bit of fabric. There's nothing between us and them other than that.
It's not the fabric.
It's
what
the
it
belief.
represents. Exactly.
It's the belief or the symbol or the programming.
They look at us and they see that we're here to support the restoration of Vess, which is in line with their own goals. And so they're not our enemies.
Right.
Exactly. It's just business. Like, if you were to go to some sort of foreign what the fuck, I forgot the word. If you go to some foreign party and they wanted you to wear a specific kind of dress or, perform in some kind of rite.
That might be a little too non-contextual for her, Alvis.
It's diplomacy, man.
But
You gotta meet people in the middle.
She says, so they wish to help you put a stop to the Red Storm?
Yeah.
Well, no, not necessarily. They are here as guardians of Vess. So they will protect Vess as it was at the time that they were given this order. And
I see.
as far as we know, the Redshift came after that. So they're still operating on those original orders, come what may. And we are showing up here like those original orders, which
In
is
support
working.
of them. Yeah.
They are we are here to support the original Vess. They are the guardians of Vess. So we adjust our, like you said, a piece of cloth here and there to show them that we are not a threat to the original Vess, which is true.
Just do a little song and a dance. Didn't you hear the pretty song? That really helps them keep us away. It was
Show
song and
respect.
cloth. Yeah.
Is it another idea belonging to this Vess, the song?
Yeah.
Song? Yes and no. I mean, a song lives on past the idea even survives.
But it can.
Ambergreen would be the one to describe that as the songmeister of the group.
Ambergreen.
What am I describing?
You are describing the power of song and how it lives on after an event.
Well, that's
Oh,
a
yeah,
different
dude.
song, really.
But you need to explain it to somebody who doesn't understand that.
Is it an idea of Vess living on?
I think that song starts like, all across the distance and spaces between us. Something like that.
Careful, Twitch is gonna get you.
I'm not that good, dude.
It's about how Vess used to be, not how it is today.
Yeah, the song will go on, I think is what that's called. No love for Celine Dion.
It's a metaphor, guys. I think I get it. Let me. Yes. Okay, it's a metaphor. He's saying that through song, ideas and more will live on. I got it.
Yep.
So yes, that in a way, it's absolutely as you say. It's just another idea of Vess that has lived on through the ages. Found it.
The original idea of Vess, yes.
In a way.
At least attached to it. Exactly.
She says, I think I understand.
It's why I do all of that extra work and whispering and stuff.
Well, even though I do not know anything about this Vess, and I do not really know anything about the Red Storm, I would like to help. So
here you are.
I will try to sleep while those purple creatures meander. And hope that the red storm does not start while we rest.
Yeah. Don't wander in the red storm now.
No, we all know that. Lady Nasharala would refuse to let those who disobeyed her come back sometimes. And sometimes they would still be there when she went to check on them. But different.
We have seen our fallen companions in the same sorry state. I understand.
Eventually, the fire dims a bit, and most of you drift off.
Are we taking a watch if we're inside the tiny hut?
Up to you.
I will
assume
take
we are.
second or third watch, somewhere in the middle. Maybe third, so that I can, justifiably take a nap while everybody else is like getting up and preparing, breakfast and camp. It's like, nah, man, I was the third last watch. Montmarin just fucking meditates throughout like most of it.
Yeah, I could pull a double watch.
Well,
What?
I can take the early watch. I just kind of feel like I don't want to rely too much on the tiny hut.
Yeah, I
Gotta
think
keep
we
the fire going.
right. I think we want to keep a watch anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, for at least one half of the night, I kind of intend to be visible in my armor to them,
Okay.
Bard
While
by your side.
while you watch, you occasionally see these crystal creatures meander up to each other. In the nighttime, you can see that sorry, I misspoke earlier. They have 8 eyes, not 10. The 8 eyes on their faces actually light up in the dark. So half the time you're looking out into the darkness and you're just seeing like a grid of little yellow lights blinking on and off out there somewhere. But occasionally you'll see 2 of them convene, have some kind of what you'd almost say a discussion with those blinking lights, and then turn away from each other and continue meandering aimlessly. It's impossible to determine what they could be communicating.
But we know what that behavior looks like.
At least it looks like they might be having the appearance of communicating something to each other.
Well, and the whole having a guard, which means pathing. My pathing goes from A to B to C, and then there's a report in, nothing happening. And then my pathing goes back C to B to A, or
And then 5
some
minutes
other
later,
path.
they melt back into the earth.
Right.
And
And it's
15
like
minutes
my
after
shift
that,
is over, so I melt.
a new one
I mean, we
appears.
know what that looks like in terms of guard performance.
But the night passes uneventfully.
Yay. I'm good with that.
You
Yeah.
wake up,
Yeah.
break camp, get stuff back in the wagon, and get ready to set off on the last leg. Dex says, by my count, we've been traveling. This is our 5th day of travel, so that's a pretty long gap in the redshift. So we'll have to be quick.
Oh yes.
Worst case scenario, we can always see if we can just go across with the teleporter.
Yes, I mean worst case scenario. Obviously, safety first. If we have to leave our gear behind and teleport ourselves back to safety, we will do it. But it doesn't look like anything's starting yet, so we better get moving.
Worry
Absolutely.
not. I will pre-dig holes for our equipment.
Good idea.
Well, don't take them here, because
Oh, of course not here. No, I meant up.
At the keep.
Up.
Yeah.
Keep.
but this morning it's a kind of dreary, foggy, light drizzle of a morning. And you plod on through the damp fields and occasional patches of mud.
Should we start performing again?
You can if you want to. I'm not going to make you roll for it again. But Ambergreen and Nimbus, if you guys want to keep doing that, then you're entitled to it.
I likely would.
I assume it's probably kind of exhausting playing the same song for 8 hours a day.
Yeah, I was gonna say I figure I noodle on my flute from time to time anyway, so I'll just flex into the theme, flex
Yeah.
out of the theme, flex back into the theme.
I'll try to riff on it. Krusty
But-
Krab pizza. It's the pizza for you and me.
Dude, they don't
yeah.
sell pizza at the Krusty Krab.
Yes, they do. In one episode.
That was the whole episode. That's what it was about.
5 minutes later.
But yeah, toward the back half of the day, you all arrive. I hope your tokens are correct this time. Be really good. Looks like they actually are. Yay. Okay, I'm just getting all your tokens on the map. Don't mind me.
This Russian crab pizza thing that would have happened.
I mean,
Flatbread.
it is a coastal country, so they probably take crab at some point.
On flatbread
Certain places. I mean, maybe.
with butter and herbs and maybe even like sauces.
That sounds really good. Please stop.
They'd pronounce it herbs though.
Call it Russian crab pizza when you make it.
Herbs.
Herbs.
Indeed, herbs.
Okay, here you go. Here you are. Don't mind the block on the north half of the map for now. We'll get to that a little bit later. For now, you are at the bottom of the hill. It's sort of a steep incline up to where there used to be a drawbridge. Not so hard that you can't climb it. And by midday, the weather cleared up decently, and by evening now, it's still a little bit muddy here and there, but it's clear enough, breezy. You're back where you were.
Oh, well, if it's a little bit muddy, what I'd probably do is use mold earth to make a big ramp and then put a sheet of very grippy ice on that ramp so that way we can roll and pull everything up.
I wouldn't say it's muddy enough to turn a rock wall into a full ramp. But
Oh no, I wouldn't be turning the rock wall into a ramp. I'd be taking some dirt from the surrounding area, some loose dirt and mud, and kind of moving it into shape and then kind of freezing, I guess, pieces of ice in between to hold them together.
I see. Well, that might take you a good, half hour or maybe more to get an actual workable ramp up here.
Oh yeah.
Does anybody else want to do anything while Nimbus is working on that?
Yeah, I will mock him.
Yeah, while I'm doing that, you folks, by all means, chuck a rope up there and climb it, or however you're going to do it.
I'm gonna walk around and see if things look different.
I am
I presume you're on a
Going-
perception check.
to
roll perception.
Yeah, I want to investigate the local area to see if there's like any animals or things living here.
Damn, I hope I didn't need that roll for anything else.
Cool.
Yeah,
Alex, make
nailed
the
it.
same perception check if you would. Nice.
Crits all around.
Naya, It doesn't look like anything's changed to you. The fort is slightly overgrown.
Well,
As you
Montlarin and
remember,
I did some plant growth here.
that was inside, right?
Right.
Yeah. Um,
Can we go inside carefully?
you can if you want to climb up that little cliff. It's not hard enough that you need to make a check. It'll just you just got to get on your use some upper body strength a little bit.
Go, Keen, go, Keen.
Okay.
I wonder if her adamantine claws could dig into the wall and just climb up. Think you can vertically carry me, Keen?
Doesn't she have a climbing speed?
No,
she
we gave
did.
her a burrowing speed. Do you want to give her a
Right.
climbing speed?
No, I remember. Yeah, we did. Well, I thought she was gonna have a climbing speed at one point, but then
Life's a trade-off.
Yeah, no, she travels really quickly.
Yeah. Um,
Like, I think she travels as fast as a warhorse.
I
she's very
somehow
speedy.
lost my character sheet. I think I closed it, but when I double click to bring it back up, it doesn't come back up.
Can you fully
wrong.
close it and then just reopen it from the compendium, or maybe you might need to refresh Roll20 entirely?
I wonder if I accidentally did something to it.
Or if you popped it out, it might be popped out somewhere.
It's are you going into the journal and trying to bring up your
Yes.
character sheet? Okay, cool. I for a second, the way you described it sounded like Fantasy Grounds, so I was like, wrong.
Yeah, no, I think I closed it because I was looking for something, and then I went to reopen it with the journal thing, and it's just not reopening. So I don't know what's going on.
Try a refresh. While you're climbing up, Dex is going to cast his very large hand and use it to gently. He looks over at you, Montlarin. He's like, "This is the spot, right? This is the fort."
Yeah, this is the place.
Okay. Just
Yeah, but does you want it out? Did you want it outside or inside?
Oh, we'll put it inside. He takes the he uses the big hand to magically lift the obelisk parts out of the wagon gently up into the through the gateway and place them on the ground up there. And then he will scoop himself up in the big hand and slowly float with it upward at a fairly slow speed due to his weight, but eventually gets up there and says, "There we go. Nimbus, once you're done with that ramp, make sure the wagon and everything gets up here."
Absolutely.
Yep.
You
we'll
sure
manage
to
it.
throw some rock? God, and I will walk over and I'll pick up rocks and throw them into the ice that he's making as he's creating ice sheets. I'm throwing rocks into it. You need grip. You can't make ripples. It won't work.
Oh, he's using mold earth. He's doing what you're doing. He's just
Yeah.
using magic.
No,
to do
you
it.
see, the thing is, you've got to understand, Amber Green. There's a little bit of a difference between the ice frozen with control water versus a normal piece of ice. A normal piece of ice, it'll just start thawing immediately. When I have formed ice with control water, it does not melt. It does not budge. You can whack it and knock a piece off it. Sure, it's ice, but it's not going to suffer any of the decay of being under different temperatures.
It's gonna
Yeah.
be melting.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It does not melt
magic.
while I am controlling it, and so I can make it very knurled and grippy and at a very specific sort of angle. So it's got bumpies and stuff along the way that give it the grip that it needs. It's pretty cool.
Dry or it's gonna be slippery. So you throw sand on top of everything you've got.
Sure, we can do that. I wouldn't disagree with that. Sure, I can get some more of this dirt and kind of spread it thin. It's a good idea.
So we're doing a 1970s sitcom while we build this ramp.
Montlarn, what are you doing?
Mainly I'm making sure that the ramp gets built, marshaling the drakes and the wagon, and just basically making sure everybody down here is safe while they work.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll confirm that'll take about a half hour. Dex is going to get make sure the obelisk parts are safely arranged in a corner, and then he's going to start looking around, taking a peek at the overall structure. He says it's falling apart here and there, but looks sturdy enough. Obelisk Tower, that is not the part that was closed up. It's
It was
actually
the
the stairs to
basement,
the
right?
basement that
Yeah.
closed up.
I was actually busy typing rather than moving my thing in there because I had just learned the me command.
Got it.
But yeah, he's meant to do that here.
All right, you two. Show me this gate we've got.
All right, well, I burrowed down and through the stuff and
Yeah,
or
Keen
greenery.
can pretty easily cut through those roots and such.
And I make my way into the gate, being cautious about whether there are any animals or stuff that have maybe taken root.
Well, the basement here looks unchanged from last time. Yeah, you
Okay, well that's good.
you see the glowing blue icons on the floor, and they extend up into they finish the circle upon the wall, and the hemicircle gate is open, and you can see the cave on the other side. And it says, "Well, shall we go say hello to everybody else?"
Absolutely, just for shits and giggles. I honestly think you should build the obelisk like literally right next to the gate. See what happens.
Well, we should start the obelisk right away, so there's no issues with time.
I'll have to put it wherever the um, ley lines are strongest, but that could very well be here. I mean, if Holtzman was able to create such a piece of work in this specific spot, I mean, who am I to say that this is not the strongest spot in the area? Um, so just to clarify how this map works, um, it is one space of movement to go from gate to gate over here. So there's no like sight lines or anything on this map, so you could just move your token back and forth there with one space of movement at your leisure on your turns. So who's going through the gate? Naya, you come?
No, I will stand here
My,
and
my
guard.
map isn't totally not
Okay. What was that? Oops.
I can't move anything on my map.
Yeah,
Like, my
yeah, because you
screen and
selected
everything's not
you
moving.
you got the ruler instead of the select.
What? No, I've refreshed this entire page like 3
Oh,
times.
that wasn't you using it.
Oh, that was me. Yeah.
My bad. So you can't select your tokens anymore?
No, I'm stuck up in this corner of the map, and I can't.
What?
I can't.
On our screen, you had the portal.
No. I mean, my view is stuck in the corner of the map, and I can't adjust my view or change the screen so that I can look at my token.
That's
Crazy.
fun. Are you
Like everything is frozen. I can't select my journal. I can't select anything.
have you tried closing the tab entirely?
No.
Try that and then reopen it. I'll wait for you to get to this.
Closing the tab entirely. Send.
It just takes
Oh, it worked. Yeah.
it worked?
Yeah.
Alright, great.
Oh my goodness. I see how this works. Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, it's just a 5-foot movement to go from space to space. Take the step through the portal. Put your token where on the side that it needs to be on. Will you? Are you and Dex stepping through together?
I guess, yeah, I gotta make sure that he and I get back as quickly as possible so that we can, do the do and make the obelisk, so he can make the obelisk.
He says, "Yes, I have most of the engravings prepared, but it will take a few hours tonight. I'll be sure to. It'll be done before you wake up in the morning. So, uh, don't you worry about that. I just need to do a few scans of the area, and last I checked, we should be meeting Captain Vidar over here. And just as you step through, on the other side, there is a bit of a ruckus.
Well, that's not okay.
Okay, what's going on?
Alvis and Dex, as you two step through, Naya, you'd hear this. I want the other three of you to make a perception check of a DC 21.
Oh, sick,
Nice.
baby. Or in other terms, I saw that.
Hold on, roll 20.
Heard it.
Ain't lame.
Roll
Yeah,
20
see?
is having an evening. Well, I'll okay, so you'll know whether or not you hear it when the time comes. But Albert's Tavern, there are several people you recognize here in this cave. Your some pals that you haven't seen in the commission in a few months that have been working at the Silex obelisk. There are two people you don't recognize here. There is a white dragonborn dressed in leather armor and carrying a sword and a buckler shield back by the tents. They look to be in distress because a very Albus Tabor, can you just make me an insight check real quick? Oh, that's great. A man who purchased his explorer's clothing at a high-end explorer's store like last week.
Oh, Alvis
It's
Tavern
tourist.
marks him.
Yeah.
He's a target for Alvis Taver's game.
Amber Green, and Naya, and of course Alvis Taver. You hear this man scream, "Help! Get this thing away from me!" As soon as the Guardian slams one of its claws into the stone wall above the man's head.
Wow.
Go ahead and wait.
Do I remember what any of the Veshan guards said during the king's presentation when he was announced at the that event that we went to, the fair?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even remember that.
So remember when we played the games the first time that we met our
The very
friends
first
from the
time we
past?
had a time event.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
little
no,
village.
I remember the event. I just promise you I
Would-
don't remember what the
Yeah, would Alvis
Yeah.
Taver, or better yet, so you don't have to remember a
Yeah.
thing, would Alvis Taver have been fastidious enough to remember what the guards had said so that maybe I can try to say something snappy to the construct?
What was there a point in that event where they were like,
I would imagine so. This is more up to you because you described a royal procession of sorts,
yeah,
and that would have a guard
Yep,
and
there
maybe
was.
a speaker that would announce the king. So when the winner would come up close to the king, it would, even if it's only for ceremonial purposes, and the king's going to tell them to stand up and give them a reward anyway, they would say something like, stop in the presence of the king, or maybe the speaker said something like, I don't know, that there's the pomp and circumstance. They're also elves too, so maybe it's all body language. Like, I don't know, these are like your royals, of course, so I wouldn't presume anything.
you know what? I will say that. Sorry, I'm rolling lots of initiatives.
Shit.
I took the initiative to go and do that.
Oh yeah, no, please, everybody roll initiative. I want that.
Even okay, should I be
Oh,
still where I'm
everybody?
standing, or should I have moved?
You are
Everybody-
where you are. You are where you are when you heard that yelp.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody give me a roll.
That's about right.
And Montlarn and Nimbus, you didn't hear the yelp. Naya, you did.
Yes, I just
'Cause
rolled
he's
shitty.
he's right over there through the gate for you.
Yeah. And if I hadn't had to roll initiative, I'd be hollering for the other guys. Hey, we got a problem. Come.
Okay, and we'll do descending. There you go. Badath, I'm assuming, is not doing anything because you don't know anything is happening. So that means we'll start with Alvistabber, probably.
Yeah. Donning my Veshin crown just to make it excellent, right? Play into character. I'm gonna try to say something Veshin, like,
Actually, that's a good point. I should probably have Badath make that perception check too, because Badath could communicate to me hearing a yell to some extent.
Oh, I guess so.
familiars
Yeah.
are great spy tools.
Okay. We've been doing this for long enough. We can, communicate to some extent. Whereas that's just a straight wisdom roll if you don't have perception.
So I've been studying
That bird didn't, he's eating something. He's
He's
just
busy.
sitting there eating like a rat or
busy.
something.
I've been studying the history for a little while now, like living it kind of too. Could I just roll a straight history check to blurt out something?
Yeah, I think that works great. Give me a 18 to get something accurate.
Thank you. Oh,
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
so help me out, dear historian. What is it? I would say, something like Skyrim or Oblivion.
Well, so the pledge that you've heard quite a few times actually is Vesoth is your heart. That doesn't really seem appropriate for like a battle cry though. But you might be able to mix that into something a little more pointed.
Stop. They're a Vethos heart.
All right, sure. And then are you going to take an action?
Yeah, I'm gonna ride in all heroically.
Did you still have the standard from earlier?
I doubt that he's just been strolling through the house.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
I've just been strolling in the house. I have my tabard on, and
Yes, you do.
I donned that crown as well.
Crown?
I have
His
I have
You
original
have a crown
crown
the horse.
from winning
I
the
have the crown
contest.
from the horde. No, not
Yeah.
the original crown. I can't
Okay.
have that one. That one
Yeah, that was
disappeared
fake.
into no. I have a number of bits of jewelry that I would imagine Alvis would try to pick off. And one of them was a Veshan, maybe circlet or a crown or something like that. It might not have like a Veshan symbol on it, but it's
But you are
absolutely
wearing
a
the crown.
make.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you ride up and you shout this, and this man looks at you incredulously, and you can see under his well-groomed hair, under his own circlet that he wears on his forehead, you could see the circlet is built around a third eye in his forehead.
Ouch.
Um, it frames it. And as you ride up, he just says, while ducking out of the way of this crystal claw, I'm a who heart?
Sir, you're so good.
I look down at him and roll my eyes, and I just say, "Shh, we're playing a game with it. Perhaps it won't attack." And then I say softly, what was the phrase that you originally said? Maybe not as this, so that this isn't a battle cry, but I've changed the context.
The usual pledge that you've heard. The last time you heard it, I think, was from the Gemery prophecy. Is Vesoth is your heart.
Yeah, I salute and kind of like shaking my or nodding my head, right, sort of turning back to them and nodding my head after I make that salute. Give it the pledge.
Okay.
I'm trying to like signal to everybody to do the same thing.
Is that going to be your action?
Yeah, I'm standing up. I'm standing in front of it. Here, give me one moment. I'm going to try to stand in between it and the tourist so that the tourist is at least being, separated by a hero.
Give me a deception or performance check. Again, you're gonna aim at it. I want an 18.
You got a bus.
It's
Shit,
pretty good.
that's pretty damn hacks.
I am proficient in deception, even though I have a -1 in my charisma.
Wow.
It's character. Yeah, what do you think a businessman like Alvis Tabber would be proficient in?
Oh yeah, no, I totally see it.
Okay, then that's gonna be your turn unless you want to take a bonus, but I think you've done quite a bit here.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a bonus or anything, but I do kind of want to at least, stand in between whatever this guy is.
All right. The Guardian's turn is next, right after yours. And it has not moved its claw from the wall. But it is staring at you. You think it must be thinking. And just Alvis Tavern, just barely in your lizard brain.
Okay.
You just hear like almost a drum beat, just like thump, thump, thump.
Oh, my heart.
That you think it seems to you that the creature may be the source of this sound you're experiencing, but you're not even sure if it is a sound.
It's like a thrumming.
Yeah, sort of. Just a few short beats.
Like a heartbeat?
But it doesn't do anything this turn. You think you've at least confused it for the moment. Nimbus, since you don't know anything is going on yet, I'm going to assume that you continue working on your ramp. And Alvis, the man you've put yourself in front of, he
Yeah.
sort of looks out
Where?
from.
Let me ask you real quick. Like, is
Sure.
the ramp like moments from being finished? Is it close enough that I can run up it easily?
Let's see. They climbed up and then strolled over to the portal, cut through the vines. That probably only took 5 minutes maximum. So you're not even 25% done by now.
Okay, so I probably have like the coarse
You've got like
shape of the dirt
base.
piled up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, I can climb that one I need to, I guess, but since I don't know what I don't know, haven't heard, nobody's told.
Indeed.
There hasn't been some big warning or anything. So yeah, just continuing to work at it, probably, still jibing back and forth, making sure Ambergreen is just at the right angle that he's got to kind of duck out of the way or take a step or two to not get like a pile of dirt on his boots here and there.
I see.
Because if he's just gonna be heckling me, then I'm gonna make it a little difficult for him too.
I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. You're just like, I'm going to make this ramp out of ice. I'm like, oh, come on.
It's gonna be the best ice ramp you've ever seen, Ding Dong.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to help you make it that way instead of just making it out of ice.
It's not
He
just
wasn't
ice.
just making it out of ice in the first place. Yeah.
No, all he can do is cast ice. I'm there to throw the sand on. And
Oh, he also can mold earth.
Yeah,
No.
I can throw the sand on too. Actually,
at the same time. You got to do one at a time.
I don't think he gets how my ice works. Never mind.
So while they're arguing far away, this man behind you, Albus Taver, he takes his head out of his hands and he looks at you and he says, wait a second. You I know you. You were on that poster that I saw. I know you. Well, okay. Do the thing you do. Kill this freakish thing.
Do I get a free action to respond?
Yeah.
I give him like the wide eye, and I say the pledge again. He doesn't know thieves can't, so it's not like I can tell him to.
Is that some kind of code? That's probably 6 seconds. Montlarin, you're over there.
I reserve an action for when Ambergreen tells me shit.
Fair enough. You did say you were You did say you were ready for action down there.
I am. I'm just way down here.
Yeah. I know. My bet mountie is 2, so I couldn't really move before that anyway. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, I see you. I see where you are. What? I just wanted to be sure. What are you waiting for me to say?
To
Well,
tell
you're
us what you heard.
Evergreen, you're the only person who
Yeah.
heard this man shout.
Right.
Naya, where's your init roll?
Well, you're not the only person.
2 is Naya's init roll.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, she's way down there. Let's see.
No,
how far
my
Dex can go.
dyslexic brain didn't see, so I was worried that they didn't roll. My condolences. I mean, now you have a wiser view of the last, few seconds of combat than everybody else. Being last is almost as advantageous as being first.
Actually, for a support
Yeah.
character, it can often be very useful.
Yep.
Yeah, that's usually my preferred stance to take when I'm the healer.
Yeah, I don't mind being last, given where I am right now.
Yep.
Dex is going to try to help by casting Resilient Sphere on the creature.
Who's going to cast what?
Dex
Nice.
is casting Resilient Sphere on his turn, targeting the Guardian.
Why?
His saving throw
To contain it.
Yeah.
Okay.
His saving throw is a 18. And this creature just so happens to be pretty bad at dexterity, so it has to roll a 19 or higher. Cool.
Ooh, nice.
So he ensconces this creature in a bubble. Which will last 1 minute.
Well done, Devis. That also works.
Are you able to walk him through the portal?
Yeah, that's probably the idea. And he says, "Oh, this is not ideal.
What are they doing bringing tourists into
It probably didn't
Keep
realize
Silex?
we were putting the obelisk up right now. There's probably like a miscommunication somewhere.
Right, but why would tourists be at Keep Silex anyway?
Funding.
Because it's the coolest spot you can get to from down there, if you think about it. Look through the portal and see the space next to the source of the redshift.
The Dragonborn approaches the man, and she grabs him and pulls him back.
I give him a wink.
She says, "Sir, you see, I told you this is why we have to stick to the itinerary that they gave us. We can't just go hiking off into the wild
rogue. Yep.
on a trek,
Funding.
freewheeling." He's struggling against her, grabbing him, but not like too hard. He's letting her pull him back. Just a couple spaces.
Wise.
Coward.
Dex says to you, Alice Tower, he says, "We've got to get this thing out of here somehow. I don't even know if it will fit through the gate. Barely, maybe."
It must have come through the gate.
You're right. Ambergreen, it's your turn.
Probably as an emanation, though, in all fairness.
I will head on over here. 35.
Yeah, so mere seconds ago, Ambergreen, you heard a terrible shout.
Yeah. What did I hear precisely?
I believe he said something along the lines of get it away from me.
All right. Okay. So
And it was a very boyish scream.
yeah,
From
did I
somewhere up in the.
recognize that voice?
No, you've never heard this voice in your life. It was from somewhere up in the fort.
All right. So yeah, I will truck on over towards Mont Laurent and go, you hear that? Did you hear that? Someone screamed, get it away, get it away. Someone up there in the castle.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about it here, but we should probably do something, right?
Definitely. Here. I can't actually use my action to pick you up, but I will put my hand out.
I guess I could dash to get the extra few feet. It's like 5-10 feet.
I'll let you. Yeah, you can dash and then hop on the saddle.
Right. Well, the dash will only be part, like, the dash should give me double or whatever, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. You take the dash. That'll be enough to get you mounted, and that'll be your turn.
yeah, I'll even get to there. Yeah, then throw me up on the saddle. Let's go.
Cool. You said you readied an action, right, Mom?
Yeah. It was to spur on Bet Mounty though, and he goes in, almost next turn, so I'll just deal with it then.
That works. Okay. Then it's Captain Vidar's turn.
Who's Captain Bidar?
She is the captain at Keep Silex.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You know her. She's
Right. The name didn't
you've
register.
Worked with her for a few years now. She was one of the ones who stayed behind at Silex when the mission expanded further and further out. But she's a good fighter and has defended the keep down there for for a good couple of years now. And she approaches and warily at the thing. She says, "Professor, I am so sorry. We did not know he was going to be showing up here, especially right now. She points at one of the other expeditionists. Again, Albus Taver, all these people around you know them, aside from the two visitors. She says, Audrey, did that thing just come through the gate? Audrey says, yes. It made a beeline for him as soon as he walked in the cave. Vidar says, well, you know what? That was plenty of 6 seconds. That was her turn.
We have an extra tabard.
So the scouts that belong to your commission are wearing them, actually. Your guest is not.
I assumed as such. That's why.
Okay.
That's why he would have said that in that exchange if he could have.
I get you. She says, "Oh, yes, that's a good idea. Victor, please, over there, the tabards, get 2 more of them for these 2, right away." Okay, now it is Warhorse's turn.
Okay, is this too steep for Bet Mounty to charge up?
With the ramp, I think he could get about halfway up and then probably jump it.
Okay, in that case, that is what I'm going to ask him to do.
Okay. I think that'll put you right up on the front lawn.
Cool.
Amber, you can move your token up as well.
Cool.
And then Naya, go ahead and take your turn. You've mostly just heard the scream, you definitely heard Dex casting a spell, but you don't know what. You don't have a really great line of sight over there.
All right, then she'll go through
Okay, so that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. You'll have 2 left on the other side. But now you see the situation. Dex has got he's concentrating on the spell, holding both hands um in a sphere shape, and you see the matching bubble around
Right.
this creature, and it's sort of like looking around confused and tapping on the edges of the bubble, unable to get out of it. Um,
Captain,
so,
is it possible to get the visitors out of here?
we are going to make them move. Don't you worry. Hello, Naya, by the way. Welcome.
Hello, Captain. If we can get the visitors out of here, then I think that we can handle this pretty straightforwardly.
Oh,
Dex
the
says,
sphere's
Naya,
weightless.
if we can just roll this sphere through the gate, we might be able to.
Without a target, the Guardian should disperse.
Right.
So once the visitors are gone and he should be wearing a tabard out the door, everyone else is wearing a tabard and there are no more targets. And at that point, it should disperse.
If we can get him
He
through
says-
the gate, he should disperse then too, right? Because there's no targets on the other side.
Right.
He says, yeah, and I don't know if they'll disperse on this side.
Well, we
Would be
can go ahead and
interesting
try to roll it through the gate.
It would be
And see
interesting
if
to
it'll
test,
work.
but I don't want to. I don't want to drop the spell too early.
Okay. So that's fine. I think if we can remove the visitors here, make sure that he has a tabard on, and so suddenly there's no more targets in the room, then we can address the Guardian, and hopefully we can roll the sphere through the gates, but then we have to be on the other side of the gates to make sure that that can be handled as well. Because it's likely to remain agitated unless it just reverts, and we don't know what it's going to do.
Okay, so are you going to take any action on it?
No, I'm reserving any action except talking right now.
Okay. Is Badath going to do anything? Nimbus, you're now aware that there is a problem.
But go see what's up.
Okay.
120 flying.
Yep. So he can fly up into the door here and then get probably somewhere roughly inside the room.
Is there a roof on that building?
There is on the second floor. The first floor, well, there's also a courtyard, but there's a big open front gate as well.
Yeah, I guess getting to about here would probably be fine.
Okay. And then Albus, it's your turn again. And at this point, some of the others have moved around amidst the panic.
Well, nobody should be panicked except the guy.
It's a little panicky. It's people are catching their breath now, but this things are still tense. It's only been 6 seconds.
Oh, right, okay.
What do you want to do, Albus?
I'm going to move there, basically forming a wall between the guy and the civilians. And then the ball is weightless, right?
The orb is weightless and just large enough to contain the creature or object inside.
So can like a good puff of wind or so like push it like a balloon?
I suppose it is weightless, so that must work.
Says you can pick it up. and move it.
Yeah. No, so I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and move it.
Yeah, okay, so you can move it 30 feet, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it starts wherever you want, so you could just move the orb 30 feet.
If you
Great.
could do that for me, please.
I can.
Where are you moving it to? I can get out of the way.
Push Naya and Dex out.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
You know it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it goes.
And then I'm gonna, stand proud as the hero,
I knew you were going to do that.
Got to put on the show. There's a tourist there.
Exactly.
Right.
However, the Guardian is going to wiggle its legs and go 1, 2, 3 back
Get that guy out of here.
by rolling the sphere. Dex says, "Ooh, no, we need to let's be a little faster about that. Come on, Naya, we've got to push this thing. Don't worry, it weighs nothing."
Get him out of here so it no longer has a target, please, first. And I'll be happy to move it. Let's go
Okay.
ahead and move it.
Nimbus, you're up.
Oh, he's muted.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to review on find familiar to as an action see through the familiar's eyes. Okay. So then, you didn't move Badath. Badath should be about here.
I
Here.
assumed that was
Whoops.
you were able to move him, right?
Right.
There you
Oh
go.
yeah, we're not using that other client yet. Probably to about here, yeah. And then, let's see, what's the distance here? That'd be difficult terrain, though, wouldn't it?
Before you go, Nimbus,
Mhm.
one of us should stay near the wagon.
I was kind of thinking about that too.
I didn't realize it until I was already up the hill. Otherwise, I would have totally volunteered for that. But I'm already up the hill now.
Ran has a tabard, but the Drakes don't. And she can't fight.
And we still have
Doesn't
a
know much
flag
about
around
mass
somewhere,
eaters,
right?
so,
What was that, Nimbus?
We have a flag around here somewhere too, right?
I guess you must have planted a flag before you started working, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. So I suppose then I would kind of close ranks 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to tell Badath if a fight breaks out, you know what to do.
Okay.
And Badath is trained and well skilled, and at this point kind of enjoys using the dragon breath and doing strafing runs because it's been really effective.
Then it will be the Traveler's turn. And behind you, Albus Tabber, he says, "Yes, that's it. Get that thing out of here. Get out, you." No.
So much for that third eye, man.
I'm fine. Stop.
You're embarrassing me in front of the aces.
Mont,
Brian?
you're up.
All
You
right.
can-
Well,
Do
I
you control
move
your
with.
horse on your turn?
No, I was about to say I if I want to stay with Bet Mountie, I move with him, and I only move 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I'm gonna wait. So that's my turn.
Okay. Then Dex is going to go and says, "Okay, time to just do it ourselves. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6."
Wouldn't he
He
still
looks at
have
you,
his big hand up?
That's also concentration, I believe.
You're right.
And he looks at you, Naya, and he says, "Come on, let them worry about the visitor, and help me get this thing through the gate, and maybe it'll go away." On your
Okay, what's our plan if it doesn't go away? Fight?
Hopefully the others have noticed something is amiss by now, and if not, we can shout for them. But yes,
All right. Make
that's
sure
how it
your
goes.
tabard stays clean.
He pats himself
I'll
down.
try to do the sense. I'll do the same. Okay, let's push it.
Well, on your turn.
Oh, my turn. Oh, sorry, I moved.
Um, the Dragonborn says, "Come on, they're going to get rid of it. So let's step out of the way. Don't be in their way, and we are going to just, you can talk to them when they're done with the heroic stuff." He says, "But I want to see how they do it. I want to see what happens." But she does manage to drag him a couple spaces away.
Not an audience participation performance.
Who was it
Uh,
that wanted tourists here already, but before we're done yet? Whose idea was
Hey,
that?
hey, man, we are graciously funded by their interest in our great nation.
Naya's gonna start cussing. She doesn't cuss easily.
I'm interested to learn the draconic curses.
Well, teach me Draconic. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
Yeah,
right, right.
yeah. Teach me Draconic and I'll curse for you.
It's funny. I could curse in Spanish way before I knew what I was actually saying in Spanish.
Yeah, uh-huh.
yeah, but if you curse in proper Draconic, like you blow up a house.
Right? Does it light my tongue on
It's
fire a little bit?
literally
Yeah.
scorches the air.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ambergreen, you're on the horse, but do you want to do anything with your turn, or do you want to ready an action or something?
Yeah, I will ready my light crossbow to shoot at something because I'm expecting that I will have to shoot at something.
Okay, cool.
If something enters my vision that looks like it needs a bolt in it, I'll put a bolt in it.
Perfect.
You're so reliable.
Hey, I know how to phrase these.
Then Vidar will go and she'll push past you, and she'll just go over here and she'll say, "Yes, yes, okay. They're doing the heroics. You need to put on the things that we are all wearing. Don't worry, it'll keep you safe. It's like a magic shield. Yes, just think of it like that." Warhorse, Bet Mountie. He's going.
It's pretty clear. Yeah, sorry, I was muted. We're pretty it's pretty clear in this part of the inside, right?
Oh yeah. There's not really a lot of rubble or anything around, and it's not really overgrown. The only spot you really overgrew was the stairs, and Albus, I think, cleared most of that out. Or did you only clear enough for one person to go through, Albus, like a human? Alvis.
I actually know that he only cleared out a space for about a person, so that mounting
Okay.
won't fit.
At the very least, he got you inside quickly.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was looking for. So
Okay, now it's your turn.
Dragon's breath. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's got that cone of cold. Weren't we talking about that earlier tonight?
We were. All right, so now I move up.
However, it is currently in the invulnerable sphere, so it can't be damaged.
That's fine. We're just gonna push it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's weightless, so you could just push it using your.
So we just give it a little push and roll it right through that gate.
Okay.
Do I need to roll a dice or anything?
Yeah. Considering it's actually almost exactly the same size as the gate, I want you to make a DC 10, dexterity check.
Dexterity check.
Yeah. You can use a skill if you think one would be appropriate.
Is the dexterity check the same as a saving throw?
No, those are different.
Shit. What do I check? What do I click on?
You could just the dexterity one on the left.
Oh, I don't think I've ever done that.
Okay. You're able to adjust the trajectory just slightly to avoid it bouncing off of the stone walls at the
This
end.
is gonna be like rolling a balloon, isn't it?
Kind of.
Yeah, Trixie.
But you've got, I think, 5 spaces to move it now.
Full, the
Okay,
full
so-
thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll assume you're over there now.
Okay. Dex, you coming? Can we please close this damn
perfect.
gate?
Perfect fit. No, don't close the gate.
Oh,
We
don't
need
close the gate yet.
No. We don't know if we
ever
can reopen
close
it.
Montlaran, please be aware that we've got a bubbled guardian here. I do not know what it will do without a target. Can you hear me?
do that.
All right. For Badath. Let's see, we're not within 100 feet of each other anymore, are we? So
Nope.
Badath wouldn't really be able to send a signal from here. It would be able to see I'm pretty sure Badath would be smart enough to know that this is not combat that, we've seen one of these things, we've seen them before. It's not.
I mean, it's in a sphere, so I think Dex has used the spell before.
Yeah. So Badath would know not to try attacking the sphere and just kind of fly around, maybe come
We're all just kind of standing by to see what happens.
come back here, communicate as best as possible, guardian in a bubble. And probably fly back around to kind of keep an eye and make sure it doesn't turn into a fight.
Okay. Alvis, you're up.
Okay.
You see several of your friends trying to shove a cloak over this man's head. And then they're also handing one off to the Dragonborn who is putting it on by herself.
Over their head.
Yeah, it's like a
It's a
poncho style things.
poncho style tabard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Super simple.
How would you get
now
in a
I
tavern?
understand. Okay, no. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. For a second there, I thought they were putting them as in like can't see anything so that
Oh,
they can
no.
walk. Yeah. Okay.
No, they're just trying to get this guy dressed.
All right. Absolutely. No. I'm gonna babysit the tourists. Actually.
Oh, good. Oh, thank God.
Well, so now you're seeing this man kind of struggling, confused, manhandled by three other people, but the his companion already has her new clothes on.
Fantastic. I will, of course, flash my letter of introduction, not actually handing it out, but just showing the seal. And I'll say, I am Albus Taffer Gromtassel, also known as the Worm Rider. I am an officiate of the Corner Guild.
She says, "I am so sorry."
Oh, for what? I'm glad to see my efforts have borne fruit. I see that one is a little too adventurous for the given criterion that we have set up.
A little,
I
a little, a little.
I understand.
I'd smack him. If it's a good thing I'm not there, I'd smack him.
He is very fortunate that I was able to keep up with him when he left the safety of the other keep this morning, and hiked his way up this mountain.
Oh yes, absolutely. I understand. I understand. Where is the other trade group? Is it far? Or not trade, tourist group.
She says, St. Avery's and I came just by ourselves.
That's kind of gutsy.
How far did you travel again?
He says, I've been here for a couple weeks already, but I haven't gone this far out yet. Come on, I know how to dress myself. Stop.
Well, absolutely not, because being out here until we set up this next obelisk, being out here is basically a gamble on your hiking skills. Basically, you feel like you can outrun the creeping chaos that is the Redshift. You can make it back to any successful, any previously set up obelisk.
We'll continue the conversation in a moment. On the Guardian's turn, Naya, it scrutinizes you from within the sphere, but does nothing else. And Nimbus, you're up.
It should recognize all of us as having already been approved. If it's a construct.
You think so?
Depends on how long its memory lasts, to be fair.
True.
Will you do anything, Nimbus?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And from here, let's see, am I where's the mover? Not quite. That's fine. Maybe just standing right at the edge of the dirt ramp. Kind of sit, and it's like, see if I can hear what's going on up there. If you see anything around us, let me know.
Oh. Monsters already. Well,
And
okay.
the best Badath was able to communicate to me sounded, I don't know, it was like purple, something about a guardian, and I think a bubble. Not entirely sure what it means, but I don't hear any more screaming, so I think it's being taken care of.
I hope everybody will be okay. Come, you two, into the shade. Let's stay small. Saint Avery's will have his turn and he'll pop his head through the cloth and brush himself off and look down at it, and he'll say, "Oh, okay, fine. All right, you can unhand me now. It's fine. Take a look at. Look at that. Problem solved. You did it."
What is the term for saint? Is it Lord, my Lord, holiness?
Lord works. Just Saint as well also works.
I'm gonna give him a saint and a head bow.
You could also refer to him as imperiled traveler, but I'm not close enough to actually say that.
Jerkwad, idiot tourist.
Redshift meat.
When you say the word Saint, he turns back around and he says, "You're aware of me. That's wonderful. Well, like I said, I saw your posters, and I knew I had to be one of the first to explore this rugged land. And so here I am. I don't mean to get in the way, but this is very fascinating to me. There's those letters on the wall. I think I remember studying something like that with my tutor, although I don't quite remember what they're all about."
Oh, yes. Have you? Well, I think that if you were to just and only follow me, we might be able to give you an extended tour, but you'd have to stay close.
Personal tour. I can do that. I can stay close.
Within 10
Arn,
feet, just because
your
that's
turn.
the range of my whip. And I give a demonstration if I'm allowed. I don't know. That's an attack. So maybe not.
There's a lot of people right around you at the moment, so
All
you
right,
might
I'm
want to
gonna
hold.
dismount and make my way through.
Okay. Are you gonna do anything while there? Once there?
It's still bubbled, right?
It is still bubbled for now, yeah.
All right, so basically, I'm just kind of looking at it now, like, we good here?
We don't know yet until the bubble goes away. So I need somebody else here because it's just me until Dex comes back.
Whew. All right, I'm here.
Okay.
Now then,
Well, I got the side eye from the Guardian. But he didn't do anything. And he didn't move.
if he's not doing anything, then that's good news. I'm going to drop the spell.
Okay.
I don't think that gentleman is in sight, and last I heard they were getting him dressed anyway. So, friend, if you would be so kind as to judge us as you see fit, We are here to see Sir Kita, he says with a -1 deception roll. But he'll have advantage, and he's aiming for a 14. There's the advantage button.
Ah,
Nice. The Guardian looks at him, calculates, and stands still.
okay, well, that's what I got. So, I don't know.
Um, this this Dragonborn warrior, she goes up to the man she's following and says, "Look, no, we should. Okay, if you want to follow the hero around, fine. We really should be getting back to the scheduled labeled list of locations. They gave you the map, which has all the places that we can go on it. He turns and he says, Kate, I am an explorer right now. You are my explorative aid. If we follow a guide, we're not exploring. I want to have a look around. Now that the trouble is gone, it's fine. Ambergreen, you're up.
Okay, cool.
Next time, I'm letting this guy be meat.
Okay, I hopped off the horse and ran over to where Mont Lauren was.
Cool. So you see this guardian just standing, analyzing decks.
Yeah, it's that big spooky guy, right? The big blue
Yep.
thing.
And it sees you come down the stairs and it looks at you. And it also calculates you. But you're still wearing your signage.
Yeah.
We're all wearing our tabards, right?
Yeah,
All of us?
just double check.
Yeah, we all
Okay.
are. Right. It's not threatening. It looks like it's analyzing.
It is
Yeah.
currently analyzing.
That's what I thought, too.
Right, but it's not like it doesn't have its claws out. It's not like meow meow meow. You know, trying to like bite at or snip.
No, not yet. Not currently.
Huh. What happens if I like, I don't know, bust my flute out and play like maybe not even the song, but like a series of tones?
Go ahead and roll a performance check with your
In the mode of the song, but like not the song. Like maybe this thing responds to sound, you know? I mean, it's a guess. I watched a lot of movies in the 80s, you know?
Okay. Hey, not to tell you what to do or anything, but I do just want to remind you that you have that pan flute that you picked up in the Dragon Sword.
Oh yeah. I would use. Okay, let's use that. If it would make sense to me that would be the better thing to play, you know.
Oh, it's up to you, but you do have a magic flute that does that has abilities.
Yeah, play the magic flute. I forgot that I had that. Thanks for reminding me.
No problem.
The DM must really like you.
Well, I mean, you know, there are varying types of Dungeons and Dragons.
I know.
All All right. Well, you do have to remember what the flute actually does as a magic item.
I don't.
You should check. That's the whole reason I reminded you it exists.
Well, right, but now I have to like search through my stuff here and see if I can find it. Is it in my list here?
Should be in your inventory.
Fucking better be. Gave it to you.
I don't actually think it is.
Oh, dear.
man.
I think I'm the
I wonder-
worst.
I wonder you don't remember it. Let me see.
I mean, sometimes I'm taking notes, and sometimes I'm not. Lately, though, I don't know, maybe a year, I've been taking notes.
Can't you just look in your inventory and have it there?
Well, except it's not.
He didn't write it down.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I have in my actual proper inventory, I have flute, holy symbol. But then in my miscellaneous notes, which is where I write all the weird shit, I don't have it.
Oh,
I do have a 5-pound clairvoyance eye and 5 incense portions for divination, 1
You
healing tablet, and 1
own
potion of heroism.
you own a magical pan flute that allows you to cast the spell command once per day, except
Holy cow.
or once per long rest, sorry. Instead of 1 word, the command can be 1 full sentence.
damn.
Yeah. holy cow.
Mind control, son.
Well, I mean, I have spells that do that, but this is a once per day.
Mm-hmm.
It is a oh, I'm sorry. It's twice per long rest.
Either way, it's good. It's good shit.
Yeah, so you have all of the usual effects of command, which I believe is a spell on your list, so you should know what it does, except instead of the 1 word limit, you have 1 sentence. So if you wanted to use that right now, you can, or you can play with your regular flute.
No, I think playing with my magic flute's probably a better idea.
And you should probably write down in your inventory that you have this flute that does this thing.
I just did. I did.
Great. Here is the description for that flute. So copy that down in there too.
Okay, I'll put it in the note. Yeah, I copied it into my notes section because I have a flute in my inventory because it's my my focus.
Yeah, do you got a flute in your inventory? You're just happy that. All right, never.
I mean,
I knew somebody was going to say something.
sure enough.
You also might want to delete that extra set of crap that Roll20 added to the bottom of your list. But
Well, I thought I had. Oh, here, healer's kit, all that shit.
yeah, everything
Yeah, all that.
everything below the torch is like extra garbage that got added.
Yeah, I remember we went through and like pruned out a bunch of other crap from this character sheet.
Yep. But those just showed up the other week for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. But do that off turn.
Yeah.
If you're using this flute, tell me what you want to say.
Oh yeah. Shit. I'm gonna command. The command is gonna be like, back off and be mellow, chill out, and tell us what you're all about.
Stand down.
Oh yeah, stand down, but tell us your story. What you up to? You gotta be chill, relaxed, and tell us what you're about.
Okay, that was a pretty long sentence, but I'll allow it.
Refrain because it's a song, right? So the song.
I think we call them run-on sentences.
Can you just hit the command spell so I can see what saving throw has to be?
Lyrics, Verde. Lyrics. Yeah. Command is here.
So they are run along through the meadows
Okay,
sentences.
17.
Poetry, dude. It makes your magic more powerful.
The creature does still get to make the saving throw against this magic item. So,
Suppose that makes sense.
wow.
Did it make a saving throw?
Wow.
Maybe it goes, that's the best song I've heard this entire lifetime.
So your command was
I've
to,
always wanted to take it easy.
your command was to stand back and tell us what you're about. Okay. So
Be mellow. Stand back.
Amber Green.
Be mellow and tell us what you're about.
Got it. Amber Green and only Amber Green. You know, there's like an instrument that basically uses like like a Tesla coil. People use them to make music.
Like a theremin, or like the ones where they actually use the coil itself and modulate the coil's frequency to make it.
Yeah, the latter.
Yeah, I've seen those live. I saw those at Maker Faire.
So imagine a the feeling of having Morse code made out of Tesla coils slammed into your brain.
Lovely. That's pretty fucking rock. If I were 16 and on LSD, I would think that was super awesome.
Rapid
That's great.
rapid beats.
Yeah, that's what I was all about, in fact.
And then the Guardian melts into the floor and disappears.
Whoa, do I know what the beats mean, or did I just like get a righteous fucking dub?
Oh, you have no idea what that meant.
Yeah, I'm about to invent dubstep.
To be clear, despite my explanation, it was not Morse code.
It was not. Yeah. You're saying it spoke, but much like a Charlie Brown cartoon, I heard womp 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 womp, but it was more like what's the
Dubstep.
dude? Yeah, I was gonna say what's the dude?
Really?
It fulfilled your command in its own language, and you just
and then it disappeared.
Yep.
Holy shit! Yeah, modem noises. Yeah. Holy shit! I'm inspired. I'm scribbling.
And now your world will have some.
I'm gonna have to
freakish
get a
jazz.
magical apparatus to add to my flute to make noises like that.
Dex says, "Oh, good job, Amber Green."
Hello, Dex. What's up?
We have a unexpected visitor through the gate.
oh, for crying out loud!
Not the thing I just made melt, not the thing I just melted the brain of with rock and roll.
No. Much worse, actually. I think he's a saint.
Oh,
Whoa.
Jesus!
Didn't we just say we weren't going to fight any Celestials?
Get him out of here!
Oh, too late for that.
Yeah, I don't think I have any moves left this turn.
I can try. And Captain Vidar says, yes, you have caused plenty of ruckus now. We do really need to get you out of the way because we have very important business going on at this specific location this week.
Oh, Captain, he said he might have information on those runes. I definitely like to probe him for some
I'd want to
information.
I would want to absolutely punt Elvis.
I'm saying this maybe not in a nice way, but in a give him
get
to
him
us.
the fuck out of here.
Stabber, if you want to be responsible for this.
Because you're endangering all of us if you do.
All of you guys?
All of us guys. Yeah. Your team?
How so?
Because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know how to follow instructions. And he won't stay down. And unless you're going to tie him up.
Idiot.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
You're going to tie him up and sit him down somewhere?
Metaphorically, yes.
He doesn't do metaphor.
No,
I mean, he doesn't do metaphor. He hears what you say and does whatever the fuck he wants because he's a saint from the Holy Gradian Empire.
You
we are out of initiative, and you all can move relatively.
Those are the people in charge. And so he's a person in charge, and he thinks he has the right to do that. In the meantime, he can totally screw up our mission.
I hear that perhaps you can make marks if you were to help us with that information you're talking about. The more marks you get, I hear they're worth something outside. Oh, here comes
Kind of coin of the
Montlarin.
realm. I hold out my hand. Montlarin, nice to meet you.
He's kind of important around here, like me.
Ah, you were on the poster as well. Yes, they made you a little bit taller, I think.
He's a lot like you. You know, he's royalty.
Oh, really? From where?
You've probably never heard of my kingdom. It's from another plane of existence.
Perhaps you've heard rumors in the court of someone who wishes to sponsor a new province. This is that noble.
I consider myself of the empire these days.
Yes,
Wow, as I say.
so you are Alvis Tavers and the rest. You're their great leader.
Oh no, that's the Brigadier Lucent. I could never replace our excellent and grand leader. No, I'm just passionate about the restoration of the region.
Ah, how eccentric. Wonderful. Oh, it is good to meet another noble soul out here. I have read all of the publications of your exploits, most of them. I read about the terrible dragon and the uh, city in the swamp. I didn't get to go out there yet. Your allies are a little reticent on letting explorers explore.
I wouldn't blame them. I mean, could you imagine losing someone of such importance as a saint on your watch when you are simply a volunteer with the expedition? The responsibility could be heady, you know?
Well, I have Kate, and she's never failed me before.
I look over his shoulder and sort of half bow to Kate, and I say, "No doubt a loyal retainer. The folks here are a little bit, apologies, Captain," I say, "more rough and tumble. We're a little closer to the earth here, and well, danger is around every corner, even as in a place as safe as this cave appears to be, as you no doubt know yourself now."
Yes, I saw you all defeat that abominable thing, barely even touching it. That was amazing.
See, that adds to the mystery of the realm. Defeat is a weird word. The word would be more like perform diplomacy with it.
I want to see more of what you're doing out here.
Absolutely. But first, what do you know about these glyphs? And I keep on like a desperate security guard trying to be in front of him just a
Okay.
little bit.
Can you roll insight real quick? All right, all you needed was a 10 to understand that he has probably seen a magic glyph in a book when he was a teenager in school.
This is piss and vinegar bloating. He is blustering himself. Even better for Montlarin and Alvis Taver's schemes.
I'm happy for you, but we have a job to do.
You were doing
Yeah, as we approach the portal, I will draw my starry longsword in a way that highlights its odd reflection of stars that don't exist in our Saint's Eye line.
Yeah.
And I'll say, be careful, Your Holiness. This portal is connected to a very dangerous realm. Otherworldly forces are at play on the other side, even as we speak.
I have heard the gossip in the baths at Fort Maricus. They say you have opened up, you have discovered a gate that leads all the way to the tower at the other side of the country.
Not exactly
What?
true. It is still barred by vast illusions.
But
That
Darcy,
was
if
simple
that
miles
wasn't
from the
supposed to
other
be
side of this
gossip,
portal.
people must have blabbed around and gotten a little too casual with all the guests around.
I mean, what are you gonna do, right? You hear some scuttlebutt. Can't just
Any
not
excuse
hear
to
it.
say scuttlebutt, though.
Well, I'm not one to gossip myself, but indeed, the other side of this portal is, in fact, not many miles away from the source of the Redshift itself.
Ah,
Presumably.
perfect.
I mean, illusions.
I
It
will
could be
grab
actually
his
hundreds of
arm
miles away.
as he steps forward, perhaps placing my shield in his way.
You and his Chevalier both.
Chevalier.
And I say, careful, Your Holiness, before you step through that portal, understand that your very soul is at stake. When the Redshift takes you, nothing remains.
Wow. Is the Redshift happening over there right now?
It very well could be. It starts at any moment.
It is the closest you will ever be to the abomination.
Well, he
You know.
can see through the portal already. So Naya,
Yeah.
Dex, Ambergreen, you see him right on the other side, and you're probably hearing this conversation.
Uh-huh.
So he peers through over Albus Tabor's head, and he looks and he says, "Oh, hello over there. They look fine."
As he
It-
says that,
What an
I'll give
asshole.
Right?
I'll give an exaggerated sidelong glance to Albus and turn back to him, and I say, you know, there's a tradition among those of us who have come that close to the source of such a great magic. I mean, I couldn't share it with you not having stepped across such a threshold as
I was
you
going to say,
are.
would I be here or would I be over there on the stairs?
You could be where
Perhaps
you are,
for
roughly.
Yeah, I was on
perhaps
the stairs.
for
right?
those who are brave enough, I would share.
Whoop. Oh, I see what you did.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Teasing. He's teasing.
Oh no, this guy's gonna come through the fucking gate.
That's that's what I said he's doing.
Ah, perfect. Come along, Kate. Oh,
Aha. So yeah, I'm on the stairs. That's where I am. So I see Monk,
Thanks so much, Mom.
and then I see them come through, and I go, ha ha ha.
Dex says, "Oh, hello. My lord, we weren't expecting guests all the way out here, actually. Good thing the gate is still open. Don't worry, we dealt with the creature. I was just going to set up the obelisk to protect us from the soon redshift that will threaten to kill us all."
Don't distract him. But here, come,
Indeed.
look at the countryside. We're going to be securing camp.
Anything you need? What do you guys need? What should I?
Have you met any of the locals yet, my lord?
Positively rustic. Dex whispers in your ear when you say that, Montlarin, and he says, "Don't forget, we
Look at this horse.
grandmother's grove is
Look at this horse.
protected." Zip.
It's
Of
the
course.
Bet Mountain, the only one. I'm
My
really
trusty
trying to take.
steed.
I'm really trying to take advantage of Keen's really fast legs to stay in front of him.
Right,
I'm
scrabbling.
assuming. Yeah, I'm assuming that that's
You're-
what's going on right now.
You're able to. He's almost strolling.
Deck
His
is my dude.
his guard has given up.
Yeah, as I walk up, I'll say, this is the very steed I rode into battle against the first dragon we fought.
He pats that Mountie on the neck.
Oh god.
This is
Do they have?
very good.
Alvis, why don't you
Strong.
explain the history of the keep to the saint? I'm
Ah.
sure he would be interested to know its origin.
Oh my god.
This keep was the.
Oh wow, is that roof collapsing?
Oh yes, most definitely. You should probably stay either towards the center of the hole, right over there, and I pointed out, or maybe somewhere closer to a set of two pillars.
Deck is my dude. Do I gotta play along with that shit, or should we like chill here?
This-
I'm leaving the room because I
This
can't
place
play
was
along
a
with
source of great and
it. It'll
desperate
piss
battle.
me off.
I'm
Deck is
Okay, like I mean, Naya,
Yeah.
I'm watching what Naya's doing, and I'm like, Deck is bro.
Jack says I am not responsible for that person. I barely even know who he is.
I
What
don't know
did you
who
say
he
his
is,
name
and
is?
I don't want to know who he is, and I want him out of here because he could get us all killed. He's an idiot.
That seems to be the case.
Naya, what are you expecting we ought to do? Like, are we gonna follow them along at a distance, or like?
No, let's go find something else to do. I don't want to be around that guy at all.
Well, I have
Bet
They
Mountie
can-
blocked the door.
But
Bet Mountie blocked the door.
They can go do their schmooze job and get funding and tell grand stories. And I don't know. Let's go find something else to do. Let's walk the ramparts or something
all right.
with our tabards and our pennants.
Did you see like a wine merchant or?
No, I wish.
Actually, that is a good idea, Naya. If you two could go and hang the tapestries out on the sides of the one on each side of the building.
And who's asking me to do that?
Dex is.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
For Dex, I'll do that.
But if we see a wine stand, we're stopping.
Okay, fine.
Okay, perfect. There's there's nails and the tapestries are in the wagon.
All right, let's go do it.
Theoretically, if we cover the whole structure with them, then those guardians won't have a problem with us living here. I hope.
I don't think you need to like cover it.
Just, deck one on each side over the doors or something.
The other thing is we need to. We'll have to. If you're going to leave the gate operable, then after the coming Redshift, once we have the obelisk up, we need to see what anything outside the Redshift area looks like in terms of those tabards and pennants. Do they get shredded? Do they get changed?
Well,
So we kind of need to see if
that is
it's
why
not a living thing, but
Super interesting.
that is
They'll
why
be
we need
inside
to-
the obelisk effect,
the
right? So
obelisk
they're not
effect, yes.
gonna redshift.
Yeah.
or anything.
Don't put them too far away. Probably.
what's the range going to be, Dex, of the obelisk?
Well, I'll have to do some proper tests just to be sure, but
Are you thinking the whole building?
the whole building certainly.
Okay.
Maybe about perhaps about 50 to 100 feet from each side. So probably
All right.
in that range.
Okay, well that's not an issue. That shouldn't be a concern.
Midway through this regalia of Sir Kita's keep and the last stand that they fought here as the Redshift happened, I want to very subtly turn this into a PBS telethon pitch.
You go do that.
With your
Hey,
financial support, we could restore the keep
right.
to its former
Yeah.
glory, bring
Yeah,
the
yeah,
history
yeah, I
of
figured
Vest
that
to
was
the
happening.
glory of the Empire, etc.
Aren't you glad to have people like us?
I will
your-
continue to escalate how thick I'm laying it on until he is desperate to get the fuck out of here.
Can you
That's hilarious.
Either that or scare the shit out of him.
can you
As a
roll,
Or enthusiastically support the
NPR every
cause.
day.
Either way.
yeah, can you roll persuasion with advantage?
Yeah.
By the way-
first of all, remember.
IRL 30 minutes of progress has occurred. We're rolling it up. It's time.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We're rolling
That's
this
like-
shit up now.
I was gonna say this is very much the morning rush hour grope of NPR, where they're like, really, give us the money, and you're like, I'm stuck in fucking traffic. Give me something interesting.
I was even gonna say he only needed a 10.
Can I
To be
make
fair,
a
I
roll?
did have Alvis Taver's support. Is that why I had advantage?
No, you have advantage because he likes you.
Nice.
You're a hero, man.
Can I make a roll?
Oh, it's gonna make me
Uh,
barf. Let's go, Amber Green.
Mallarn already did the
Right.
whole speech and everything. So he did the persuasion roll.
Oh, I was adding details to the events though. Could I do a performance then? Persuade him
Fuck.
via
I'm gonna
spirit?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
you
keep it on the
really-
single roll and tell you how he responds.
Sad.
You guys, you should give us some money. That's basically what Mallarn did.
Yeah.
Look, I'm an elf, and I've been doing a lot of good things. for
I
you
know
guys.
enough etiquette
you might
that it
have-
was at least my lord give us money.
You should totally give me some money. We're gonna do good shit with it.
You Mallarn, you might have inadvertently you're a little perhaps desensitized to the horrors.
Maybe?
You might have told him about the creatures that you battled.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's heavy metal. Don't forget about the gore and the viscera.
He does look almost as pale as his guardian.
Do you remember when it smelled
Oh.
like, Mont?
Oh god.
Like,
The
I
rot
used to.
was- I've never smelled something that rotted like that before.
There was a small time I worked in a tannery, and it smelled even worse than the tannery did.
Grim.
That's saying something.
And these
Magic's the only thing that holds it.
these creatures. Well, you defeated them soundly, right?
Oh no, we
man.
fled.
One of them's in the bottom of the bay.
As far as we know, the truth is still out there. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, and don't
You
forget
tell him
that
about-
sometimes we barely make it home.
Did you tell him about the rabbit that hypnotizes you? I've been
didn't-
trying to
Hey,
hunt
Al.
that.
I heard something about a saint. We rolled up the wagon. Rent's done.
Oh yes.
Oh, Nimbus, yes, please meet our guest. This is the saint. I'm sorry, I regret that I don't know your full name. Aver something?
Weren't we doing something, Naya?
We were. Let's get the fuck out of here.
I quickly
Actually,
tell her if she doesn't want to deal with weird bullshit, then probably go somewhere else and maybe set up another part of camp.
Well, Amber Green and I are going to go do the hang the penance thing.
I mean the
rampart.
kobold. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, no, you can do that. I'm telling the kobold.
She's not
who
a
is
kobold.
walking
She's a
up
fucking dragonborn. Cut it out.
No. The
What?
kobold that came
I am
with
not
us is who we're
kobold.
talking about.
Spit fire.
Not you, Naya.
Not Naya.
Hit
Yeah.
ice on the ground.
Alvis Tavern dismounted Keen, who is helping block the exit for the saint, and is telling the
Uh-huh.
Drake Keeper to maybe.
well, Kate, if we're to help my friend's reconstruction plans, I will need to go and send a letter to my father, and I don't think they have paper at this faraway location, so we should probably go back to the. We will need to go back to the fort for now, and then.
Oh, no, we've
continue
got some
our
paper.
explorations.
We have a
I have paper on
cartographer.
me.
He has a full kit. Hey, let me ask about this. I was kind of curious. You're not
I'm a cartographer.
you're not the ones I was looking for, hoping to come through. I heard something about a saint, but on a scale of like a neophyte to an arch cleric, about where do you sit? Maybe in like a numeric range of 1 to 20, because we're looking for someone maybe in like the tens to at least be safe. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Actually, well, thank you for the paper, but I only write with a very particular special pot of ink.
Calvis is like shaking the sheaf of papyrus.
my-
He's
my-
got, I've got
my uncle was the same
I
way.
left it at the bunk that they made up for me in the keep, and I completely forgot to
course.
pack it. I was
How
so
about-
excited to.
I bet you are lovely dragonborn friend. I don't think I caught your name either. You
Kate, I am
definitely
Saint
look a
Avery's
lot
Chevalier,
more,
and we were just about to make a quick trip back down the mountain. I think.
Before you go, I did tell you that there was a tradition amongst those of us who have come this far in the expedition. We give each other challenge coins. Are you familiar with the custom? And I hand each of them one of the commemorative coins I had minted, not one of the nice.
Oh.
Please keep this as a remembrance of how far you yourself came today.
a challenge coin.
I did, didn't I? I will. We'll see about if my father will consider funding this fortress of yours on the furthest front to continue fighting those abominations.
Well, such
Diplomacy.
would be most graciously accepted, of course. In the meantime, though, we certainly wouldn't want your father to be cross that we've let you stay in such a dangerous place for so long. So let's get you home.
So, what I'm going to tell you that you giving him the coin boosted that persuasion roll from a 9 to a 10, which put him from the threshold of freaked out back to enthusiastically supporting your proposal.
Awesome.
But
I will definitely though motion to escort them out as we talk. Like
he
it's
did
definitely time to
say
go.
he needs
Yeah.
to send that letter, and it would make him look very foolish if he did not go write that letter right this moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Here. How far did you say? It shouldn't be that far. I'll make use of Keen's new legs, Montlar, and I can bring them down.
Excellent. As long as they're safe.
Yeah, definitely. And who's to complain about a hero's escort? And I roll my eyes.
Yes, yeah, it's an honor for both of us. Actually, I'm positive.
Sorry about that. It's just an opportunity that we didn't want to let slip.
He says, "No, that was very smooth. I didn't. You left the viscera out of your report last time."
It didn't seem salient.
He says, well, Captain, I'll be heading back down the mountain now. I have a very important letter to send for my friends here."
Yeah. All the way down. Yes.
Yes, don't you worry. I will get my special ink, and then perhaps we'll meet again in the wilds, in the rugged wilderness, terrible, forsaken, haunted land of
Oh no!
dreams.
If you really want to go somewhere, you want to aim towards the desert, right? Right. There's a city with the most beautiful naiad.
You don't say.
She'll entrap you. You'll never want to leave.
Hmm.
I continue to sort of gesture yeah, I'm escorting him all the way down.
And
Like he
and
says
your
that false goodbye, and I'm hanging around awkwardly.
and your people have tourists going to this location already?
Oh
Yeah.
no, not presumably. No, I've been trying to get them to get pilgrims and maybe hardy folk who wish to settle new lands and ruins. Sort of like adventurers, but more like people who want to settle down in a cheap place. Yeah, price isn't in the empire these days, right?
That would possibly be just the place I need to get my start.
I've thought similar things. I have a startup agency as well in the works.
Well, I have very much to write about. Kate, don't you think?
Oh, most definitely, most definitely.
Yeah.
It's just a working title, but I could never do without a saint's opinion. Would you like to hear the name of the agency? It's still probationary, but I'm sure I'm well underway. Well underway.
Let's hear it.
It's keen blades and sharp minds.
That's very clever. It sounds clever.
Thank you, thank you.
When he's a couple steps ahead of you, Kate steps back and she says, I think I can handle him down to the obelisk down the hill again. I'm sorry about all that. I'm gonna try to get him home.
No, that's fine. I honestly, I've been kind of spearheading the entire sort of affair with the stories and the pamphlets. So I understood that this might be a consequence.
She just kind of shrugs and catches up to her charge, and off they go.
Average Tapper does have to weigh whether or not it would be wise to make an appearance amongst the other tours if it's like a group.
If we're gonna do that, then you should probably organize that with me so that we can do performances, right?
I guess, but I mean, I'm the one on the really fast, thing.
Mechanical, yeah, right.
Would that be
So
wise?
Dex will finally get to work. And it's getting to be sundown around now. So he'll be working through the night, and you all can get ready to set up sleeping spots either up here or down.
Do we need a watch until the obelisk is up and operable?
It might be a good idea to have one, even when it is.
Especially with we just saw what happened with the gate. It's wide
Oh
open.
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I'll keep some watch.
You know,
Is there any supplies?
To prevent that from happening again, I think we should put one of the banners over the gate, like a kind of like a curtain.
I
So
like
that
that.
way, if one of
That
them
might be a good
approaches,
idea.
it'll
We can-
potentially stop, and we can just walk through because it's a curtain.
I was just about to ask if like anything could be turned into a makeshift door, but I like that as well. That works.
We could even put a more literal gate around the front if we needed to, but maybe we don't.
Well, as time goes on, I'd be more than happy to fortify the defenses of it. For right now, we can just put something that kind of acts as a sign to indicate stoppage. It would
Yes, quick bandage.
it would help. At least I don't want it eating any tourists.
And to answer your question, Albus Tower, yes, there's plenty of supplies, extra stuff on the other side of the portal that the
Sweet.
team has been stocking up for the past week, just for very much for the purpose of helping you guys stock up this location.
Well, there's my job. I'm gonna, try to sneak away with some of those supplies and make a temporary partition.
And possibly spend the evening with your comrade expeditionists talking about what the fuck just happened.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
absolutely.
I would probably stay late and get sleep at the latest possible opportunity, working with Dex to try to help speed up any of the processes that I can.
You can definitely help him by running some of the tests. He's got various boxes and dowsing rods and such that give certain specific readings. And once he's satisfied with the data that you've collected, he'll one by one continue carving those glyphs into both the mithril and the onyx of the obelisk.
That makes sense. Sounds good.
So now, for cleaning up that mess, everybody should please go ahead and equalize your experience points at 85,200 flat.
All right.
85,200?
Cool.
Sick, that means I leveled.
Yes.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
Well,
I said last time we'd equalize the XP for you all, and that is just about what you should be at.
God damn it! How do I do that? If I click edit, it takes me off the screen.
I think you can change it without being in edit.
Well, I must, because if I click edit, it doesn't even put me on the right screen. Fuck. Hold on, I'll be right there in a sec.
Okay, so the new points to aim to are as 100,000.
100,000, yes.
So we're at 85.2 of 100,000 for level 11.
Yep.
And what do we have to roll for dice roll for the HP?
Holy
1d6?
shit.
roll
Oh,
like it.
diggity.
You roll a hit die.
You rolled one
Well,
hit die and got 11?
That caught up for the last two. Yeah, I've got 20 constitution. Your wizard's a fucking tank. I just stay out of the damage zone because I don't want to get hurt.
Alright.
Well, wait a minute. How did you... You
Why have
rolled
I had
1d6 and
plus-
got 11?
Plus 5 because I have 20 constitution.
Yeah, Claire, 10. So how do I do my HP roll?
You
You
roll
roll a hit die.
one of your hit dice and then add the result to your maximum HP.
Just one of my D8s?
Well, one of
Sorry.
your hit die because it's not just your D8. Yeah,
Really
exactly.
awesome. Dope.
Okay, we're rolling a hit die and something else, or just hit die?
Just
Hit
one
die.
hit die.
That's sad because not only did I only get 1 point, but now I'm not 69 anymore. Used to
No,
be
you
one.
gained 4.
4.
You roll your hit dice with the usual calculation. Add the result.
Oh, all right. Well, cool. I mean, but still, it was 69 before, which is like iconic, and now it's like
Yeah.
70, 71, 72, 73, 73.
All right. So Naya, add that to your maximum hit point.
Yeah,
as well.
65.
Cool. And
Okay,
Alice, which
okay.
class are you leveling up?
I'm double checking right now.
Cool.
So it should be very quick. I literally have them bookmarked.
I've been watching Elvis play Baldur's Gate, and he is a slut for multiclassing. Not like anybody in this group would know.
I think I get something else at level 11. I will have to check my stuff.
Yeah, we don't need to all do this right now, but
No.
you guys can log in anytime and do your level ups.
I think it's the plight of the gifted child,
actually.
actually.
Did that
Yeah,
stuff.
mine was easy. So I'm already done, but yeah.
Casters
Me too.
get 6 level spells though.
I don't gain anything until the next level up.
No, you get a 6th level spell slot, sir.
Well, yeah, but that's on a magic. Oh no, it's not here. No.
Oh, yeah, I got a 6th level spell slot, but I think I also get a point.
Did you actually change your level, Amber Green?
I just added my
XP? Yeah, so you
My
haven't
XP.
actually leveled up yet.
Well, wait, should I be level 10 or level 11?
You should be a level 11 now.
Just hit 11.
So you want to hit the pencil,
See, I was
then
gonna
you want
say.
to go to the level, and you want to change it to 11.
Yep, it's a drop down on the 10 to 11. There you go.
I think I get another attribute point. I gotta look it up.
Oh shit, there it is. Boom, there's my spell slot, but I don't have any spells listed.
Yep,
Yeah, we got work to do.
You'll have to add them all through Roll20, so I apologize for that.
Big sad, okay.
Naya, all you get at this level up is your 6 level spells.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, that's easy then. I thought I read that level 11 was another attribute number.
You got your Druid Circle last time. You get your ability score at level 12.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I was misreading. Thank you.
No problem. Cool. Yeah, so anybody who needs to finish their level up can do it whenever they want before next week. Anybody who needs help, just let me know anytime. I will do my best to help.
Okay.
Alvis, just roll your HP before we go.
Yeah, I'm leveling fighter.
Cool.
To 6. So that's 1d10 plus 2, right?
Yep.
So
Am I going to be the first one to break 100 next level?
Well,
Probably.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
Oof.
Damn, dude.
I've had some of those. Those are the ones that hurt.
What I had for the first three or 4 levels.
And I
got
an
lucky this time.
ability score improvement.
Oh, is that for a 6th level fighter?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why I went that one first. Because level 6 for me is 6. It doesn't have another.
Yep,
except for that.
All right. Well, you can continue working on that as you wish. I am going to take us out.
Okay.
Thank you for playing, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Man.
Yeah, good stuff. That was fun.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night.